And peering through the structure of the International Space Station, a view of the two Russian cosmonauts as they continue to secure all of the equipment and the payloads that they're in the process of moving down to the Nyoka Multipurpose Laboratory module.
So did you manage to secure it with a couple of paros? Yes, it's on the adapter. We will be collecting the mobile link, and then we secure it without a slack. What about the cameras? The cameras are not working. Both helmet cameras on both suits are not working. How about we start taking care of it? Okay. Please. You need to cycle it. Turn it off and on. All right, I came closer. I turned one on. I don't see the green LED. Neither do I on your side. Okay. Did you activate REBA? Of course, and I checked it. One more time.
Yeah.
Nope. How about now? I turned this one on when I was egressing, and I saw the LED on as well, but not now. Do you see it? No. And now? No. And this one? This one is illuminated now, so I see one green LED, but I cycled it several times. Let me try one more time. Okay. Now you have two greens. Okay, so I turned it on. Let's try it one more time. No, Nikolai has no LEDs illuminated. How about the lights? Yes, the lights are on. All right, because, you know, without activating REBA, we wouldn't have had the lights operational. The one that's above your forehead, the LED, is now green. Yes, it is green. But again, it's blinking. It turned itself off, and now it's illuminated again. Okay. Okay, Sergey, so shall we keep wasting time on it? It doesn't work. I don't know why the LEDs are not yet illuminated. What did you say about the dropout? We had a very short dropout, but we understand, so Oleg has two green LEDs. I only have the one above my forehead, but the HEPA LED does not go green. All right. Let's press on. We are 1 hour into the EVA. Well, so far we spent about 5 minutes on that. Do we need to secure it? Is it okay? Yes, it's already secured. Very well. All right, close it. All right, we're about to start translating with a mobile link. Yes. Start with the hooking the equipment tether. Okay. Now on the mobile link. So far, I'm the one hanging on it. All right. Yeah, indeed you do. Now, you need to rehook the hook that is currently attached to the Strela beam. I'm taking the adjustable tether. It's right here, connected to the beam, and the second hook that runs from the magnetic mechanical lock ball joint. It is now attached to the gap spanner. All right. Now you need to use two adjustable tethers to carry the mobile link. All right, so I need to remove it from the adapter, yes. Yes, this one has to be secured. Then let me secure it first, and then I will unhook the other one. The more security, the better.
Олег, скажи пару
Oleg,
слов, как у тебя тепловое состояние?
tell me about the temperature. Are you comfortable? So far, I'm comfortable.
Принято.
Copy.
Куда фиксируем?
Where should we hook it to? I believe to these handrails.
Видишь, зажали до упора.
You see, we clamp them. We push them together.
This is Mission Control in Houston. 1 hour, 3 minutes into today's spacewalk. Kononenko and Chub now have secured all of the equipment, the scientific payloads that they will be installing on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module later in the spacewalk today. The crew will shortly use the Strela telescoping boom to transport themselves to Naoka from the Poisk module. Kononenko will move to the coolant fluid surfacer reservoir on Naoka, while Chub will move toward the interface where the external radiator is attached to the body of Naoka. That's the external radiator that leaked coolant back on October 9th.
Tethers is that they always twist in the area of the lock.
Once they are at their respective positions on either side of that radiator, they will begin to work in tandem to configure a number of valves that will isolate the external radiator from the rest of the thermal coolant system for the multipurpose laboratory module that is being cooled by its body radiator, the radiator on the structure of the module itself that it launched with back in May of 2010.
And to Strela, what about the second one? Holding the second one. All right. I'm holding it. Do not pull it back yet. Any entanglements? No, I'm just loosening it, and as soon as I'll finish loosening, I will hook it to the ring right away. We need to attach our rods to the attachment points. Give me a second. It does not reach all the way to the end. Can you release this hook and attach it to the mobile link? You see that hook, right? So to the mobile link and closer to me. Oh my God, what a beauty. Right here, give it here. Okay? We have an attachment point, right? Let me rehook it. So it looks like... Okay, one. One equipment tether is secured. Sergey, can you hear? Yes, I got you guys. Secured to the mobile link in the lock area. The other end is connected to the movable ring. No, the second one is attached to the beam. Yes, it's secured on the beam, correct. Now this one can be unhooked and reattached to the beam, right? Okay. Let me hand it to you here below. And can you hook it to the beam? Yes. All right. Okay, that's the first one. Where's the second? I can see it. This is the second one. It's in front of me, attached to the transportation ring. Well, what now? Shall we start translating? Wait a minute, let me reattach myself to the transportation ring.
Flying just to the west of Peru from northwest to southeast, the International Space Station, supporting the 268th spacewalk for assembly maintenance and upgrades in station history that began almost 25 years ago on the STS-88 mission that mated the Unity module and the Zarya module at the beginning of station assembly.
All right, I'm secured.
1 hour, 9 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, they are about to make their way down to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. You see a view of Chub wearing the Orlan spacesuit bearing the blue stripes. This from a helmet camera on Kononenko, who is in the 6th spacewalk of his career.
Coming from the clear side, but still you'll be doing it head down. So let's do it the way we initially planned. Okay. So do you suggest to go to your side? No, but I can find support on the module here. My legs are now supported. Okay, when you'll be positioning yourselves, pay attention at the target on PHO. You need to position yourselves to make sure that this target will not be on your way. Yes, we see. Yes, but there is a small hook connected to the mobile ring. I think we can release it. Yes. So it's in work, and we'll reattach it to Strela.
All right, we have the mobile ring free. Let me move a little bit, translate further. And you will have this mobile ring, and I will hand it over, and we'll start translating. And I'm moving to your side then, is that correct? Yes. And where do you have this mobile ring connected right now? It's connected with a French hook to MLM. Great. Both of them. And the tether that you use to secure STU, what's its status? What tether? The tether that's securing STU. Where is that? It needs to be secured with a tether. So once you get there to MLM, you will need to secure it there as well, and you will need this tether. Copy. Then Nikolai disconnected on at the other side. Okay. On my, is it on my side or on your side? I think it's on my side. Right. Now move forward a little bit so that I have my second transportation tether. And there is nothing in the way or grabbing onto anything, right? On my side, there are no handrails. And this tether, I have actually reattached it to the mobile ring. Is it it? Is it what we need? Well, have you disconnected the mobile ring? Well, I found some markings on the tether, so. Okay, you've got it? I did. I've got it now. And I am rotating. We're on the same side now.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 13 minutes into the spacewalk. Kononenko and Chub about to make their way to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, setting up all of the equipment that they have removed from the Poisk module airlock, attaching it with the appropriate tethers, securing all of that equipment, a mini synthetic radar aperture science payload, and a device that will deploy a nanosatellite called Parus, a solar sail technology satellite, once it is mounted on the body of Naoka a bit later in today's spacewalk.
Oleg? All right, I'm pushing the ring.
Once they are at Naoka and have secured the equipment at that point, the two cosmonauts will be preparing to do the work on the external radiator that leaked back on October 9th. Kononenko will move to the coolant fluid servicer, that's a coolant reservoir at the Naoka module, while Chub positions himself at the interface where the external radiator is mounted on the body of Naoka itself. The external radiator is the one that leaked back on October 9th.
And it's not, make sure you're not
the Naoka module still being cooled, however, in normal fashion through its body radiators that it launched with back in May of 2010 on the STS-132 mission. The objective today is to isolate the external radiator from those coolant loops so that the prime radiator, the body radiator on Naoka, can continue to be operated in normal fashion to provide the coolant and the cooling capability necessary for the multipurpose laboratory module.
All right, move forward now. Okay. All right, I'm translating. Everything's nominal. All right, we need to push it a little bit further, right? Correct. Push it a little bit more. But use your judgment there. Can't see really. All right, so this tab, try and move it in this position and decide whether you need to do that. And I'm not seeing, and secure it to the handrail. All right, secure it to the ring. Sergey. Well, the beam itself is floating a little bit.
Today's timeline was revised over the course of the past few days to enable the two cosmonauts to attend to that external radiator, isolating it from the rest of the cooling system on Naoka,
Supposed to be like that?
ensuring that it can be resurfaced at a later date once the leak is identified, the leak location is identified, and repaired at some point in the future.
And Nikolai, where is the talking over each other? Okay, stop. The STU itself? No, that's not it. One is down under my blue one, and you go over. And the radiator? Okay, there it is. Okay, we have STU secured. Copy. To where? To the beam. Okay? To the handrail. Okay, I see. Now, we need to install the mobile ring. A link. How do you want me to push it a little bit further? Because otherwise you'll be walking straight into the radiator. Maybe a little bit. It seems like we should move it a little bit. Use your hands, Nikolai. All right. Have you freed up this flag or tab? One is closed. And what's the configuration that it's supposed to be? Well, you need
While
to
the
have it in
two cosmonauts continue to work outside, and their activities being monitored by
Copy.
fellow cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov inside the Russian segment of the station,
Now,
the 4 USOS crew members,
sure that you're not scratching
Station
your
Commander Andy Mogensen of the European Space Agency, NASA astronauts Jasmine Mugbeli and Laurel O'Hara, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa
with the
are
radiator.
proceeding into their pre-sleep period, their work for the day having been completed, as their crewmates continue to work outside, as they will for the better part of the next 6 hours or so.
We need to make sure the retainers are in the correct configuration. Okay? Now, we need to rotate it. Okay, 90 degrees. What does it look like? Hold it a little bit and we'll install it. And now we need to do, okay, there it is. Are you okay to work it yourself, or is it up to me? Well, we need to remove it and install it to MLM. All right, I'm going to hold the mobile ring. Nope, not that one. The one that's secured to the mobile ring. It needs to be installed to the MLM. Well, and the second one is the same. Why do you want me to put it there? Well, I'm holding it with my hand right now. What tether? It's the transportation tether for mobile ring. With the mobile ring. Right, there you go. Unintelligible. Now we're going to turn it around so that it's in a better position. You got it? I got it. And let me secure it to the ring. Okay, got it? And now it needs to be tight too. All right, now it's installed. Close it. Hold it. And you see, it's too tight in front of me. So, do you want to go to 4101? Do we need to have it completely open? You got it? I got it. I think it's installed. Go up a little bit and turn it up. I'm turning. Let's try so that it doesn't turn me. And try like this. Install the lock. Is it closed? It's too early to work with the fixture. Do you want us to have it closed so that there is no gap? Right. Only once you close the lock on the attachments fixture. And Sergey, honestly, we can't see what's open and what's closed, and the stopper is what? And the stopper is well, is it on both sides? So it doesn't really matter how we turn it, right? Just a little bit more. Closed. Closed. The stopper's there. The stopper. Just make sure. See if you can turn the handle. Well, it's kind of iffy. And I've installed the stopper. Sergey? All right, we now have it secured with a lock on the ring. Good. Can you inspect it? Yes. I'm not seeing anything strange. Okay, let me move further. Now, Oleg, you're translating to error. But go above. And Nikolai, I'm going a little bit back. All right, I got away. Out of the way. Sergey, this stopper that's holding Strela to the handrail, maybe we can use it still. Because the Strela is swinging. Well, the stopper that you are holding, it needs to be in the closed position.
For those just joining us in our coverage of Russian Spacewalk 61, the 268th spacewalk, in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub opened the hatch to the Poisk airlock at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time. An hour and 26 minutes ago, made their way outside of the airlock, set up tools and tethers, brought outside with them a pair of scientific payloads, a radar synthetic aperture system, and a nanosatellite called Parus, which will test solar sail technology. They have been configuring all of the tethers to secure that equipment while they make their way down to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module to take their respective positions and begin the work to configure a series of valves that will isolate a leaked external radiator on Naoka that was installed during a previous spacewalk on Expedition 69 back in May and filled with coolant a month later that leaked that coolant back on October 9th. The plan today is to isolate that radiator from the rest of Naoka's cooling system, which is flowing coolant through the body radiators mounted on the module itself, providing the proper cooling for Naoka.
Look at it all.
They also plan a detailed inspection of the site that is presumed to be the place where the leak occurred back on October 9th, to document it so that engineers can study possible remedial action to repair that in the future.
Okay. And I'm going to, hold on, let me tell you what it's called. It's the support of the gas TM beam.
The external radiator and an experiment airlock were first launched to the International Space Station on the STS-132 mission of the Space Shuttle Atlantis in May of 2010.
Right.
Where those two components sat idle for 13 years. The airlock was detached from Rosviet, the module upon which it was launched, and transported to Naoka, where it was attached during a May spacewalk as well by Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin, followed in a subsequent spacewalk by the detachment of the radiator, that external radiator, from Rosviet and its transport and installation to Naoka.
At the air operator post. So now use the lower support on MLM. Well, I see 4128. Copy. All right, you have two hooks. Yes, Sergey. And I'm holding with my left arm to the Strela. How copy? Did you copy? Yes, I did, and I see what you're talking about. All right, I'm in the work area. Copy, Nikolai. Can I open up the MLI and have a look? Yes, KL1 and KL2 are your targets. All right, I have it open, and I see that it's across the piping. Nikolai, could you point your camera onto the oh, that's just the edge. So, do you see my finger, my right hand? I see your left hand. Left one? Hold on. And let me try. I don't want to move too much MLI here. All right, and I turn around. Do you see anything? It's better. Okay. They are across. I just don't understand what camera you're seeing me on. Hold on, Nikolai. The specialists are looking now. Sounds good. Nikolai, let's start with KL1 and KL2. Okay? 1 KL and 2 KL. KL1 and 2. Press down on the valve. Turn it counterclockwise 90 degrees. Do you want me to close or open it? Counterclockwise in the to the open position.
This is Mission Control Houston. Nikolai Chub about to open up and rotate a pair of manual valves at the external radiator interface between that radiator and Naoka, the crew now in position at that work site.
Drop out. I repeat.
He will be opening up 2 valves on the external thermal loop bypass lines between the cooling system, the cooling reservoir, and the external radiator.
Well, it is marked. I'm just hitting upside down. How many turns? You just put it in the open position, put it in the 90 degrees.
Yes.
L1 and KL, 1 KL and 2 KL are open. Copy?
Kononenko, meanwhile, is at the coolant fluid servicer, the reservoir, providing coolant through a pair of cooling loops to the Naoka module. The whole point of this valve manipulation is to isolate that external radiator that leaked on October 9th from the rest of the cooling system for the multipurpose laboratory module.
All right, MLI and KR1 and KR2 are open. Copy. Nikolai, could you take the picture of the valves that you turned? Copy, will do. Let me try. All right,
so Chub has opened up a pair of manual valves to the bypass lines for the external thermal loop to the radiator itself.
And Sergey, I am taking imagery. Copy. And we are at a distance of about 70 centimeters. 70 centimeters is like as much as we can be at. Otherwise, it's not convenient. That's good. All right. Imagery is done. I'm turning off the camera. Now close the MLI. Copy. And I'm going to turn off the camera so that we don't waste the battery. Right, the camera is off. I'm returning it to its storage position. Camera is in place.
The next step will be for Kononenko to open up a thermal cover on a manual valve at the interface between the external radiator and the pipeline, if you will, to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir. That's the interface between the radiator itself and the fluid servicer reservoir. He will be closing a valve on that interface.
Remove your adjustable tether from the handrail. And
then we'll open a series of valves to basically reroute the coolant for the body radiator that is providing coolant for Naoka.
Well, this one is fighting back. Is it Kyle 1? 2? All right, I have the 1 Kyle and 2 Kyle closed. Copy, Nikolai. Now, go to USA and open the valves there on the USA interface. All right, I see 4, 6, 8, 9, and 5. Copy. And is it, how deeply seated or recessed are they? I can't really tell. I can try and get to them from the side. No, Nikolai, don't do anything. I'm not touching anything. I'm just like trying to show you a better image. Just raise your head a little bit and that's it. Now, you need to get the MLI flap from the other side, from the hydraulic connector. And you will start working with USA screws, okay? And I am moving to the other side. All right, do you need to check it to see it from my side? I see it. That's neat. You can't really recreate that in Hydro Lab. Well, you're almost where I am.
Now I just have to turn around. Awesome. Wouldn't it be easier for me to move over? No, you don't have to. It's just that my hook is over on that side. Let me move closer to you. The moon is just beautiful. Yeah, we see the moon. What was that? No, actually, we don't see the moon. Oh, well, trust us then. Behind the horizon? I am.
This is Mission Control, Houston, 1 hour, 40 minutes into today's spacewalk. The work is a bit intricate at this point. The 2 cosmonauts working in tandem at the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that leaked coolant. back on October 9th.
Please.
Nikolai Chub has opened a pair of manual valves on the radiator's thermal control system external thermal loop bypass line. Chub now is in the process of closing 4 valves, and Kononenko will open a manual valve at the interface between the radiator and the coolant reservoir. Basically, it's called a fluid servicer line, to complete the isolation of the radiator from 2 external thermal loops. Loop number 1 is the loop that leaked back on October 9th. Loop 2 is an active loop, functioning just perfectly, providing the proper cooling for the module itself.
We'll give it a try. Okay, here is the wrench. The wrench should be in the closed position. So, well, it goes without saying that you shouldn't apply too much force. All right. So, just to clarify, am I rotating it along the arrow to open, or is it clockwise? Can you confirm? Yes, Nikolai, that's correct. Copy. Nikolai, you're going to start rotating clockwise to closed. Copy. Number 3 is tightened pretty strong. I'm not going to tighten it anymore. I could, but it is pretty tight already. Okay, no need to do anything, Nikolai. That's excellent. Number 2. It is tightened well, and I turned it by approximately 10 degrees, and no need to do anything else. All right, Nikolai, go ahead and remove the wrench. Close out at this work site, and you're going to move over to the opposite side of the active attachment interface. Sergey, those 2 valves were actually along my translation path, so we didn't have to do that. Say again? I was saying, Sergey, that the valves, they are only 4 handrails away from me. MLI flaps are closed. And Sergey, for your information, it's not stitched up. It's just hanging out here. When I was doing operations there, I tethered it all, and it's not now. So you're saying that it's not sewn into anything, correct? It is not. That is affirmative.
The 2 cosmonauts working to configure valves that will isolate the leaked external radiator on Naoka from the rest of the module's thermal control system cooling loops.
I noticed that the second side is in the same config. All right, Nick.
We're at the 1 hour 45-minute mark into the spacewalk, the International Space Station, flying 260 miles over the Indian Ocean, moving from southwest to northeast.
Okay, so I'm on top. I am tethered on 4156, 4157. That's the handrails, and I do see the valves. Copy. Now you have to tighten the screws again. Screws number 4 and 5. Copy. So moving to closed position, starting tighten screw number 5, and I've turned to by 5 degrees approximately. Copy, Nikolai. Moving on to number 5. Approximately the same. It is tightened rather well. Copy. Okay, you're done working with the attachment screws. Nikolai, do you need to take a break for a few minutes? Well, I can say I'm tired. I'm somewhat hot, but not tired. Because we have fluid connectors operations coming up, which will take about 15 minutes. So you can take a break now, because we're going to start rotating soon. So you were saying that fluid connectors, that's manual operations, correct? Yes, Nikolai, I did say that. All right, so let's take a look at it. Stand by. Wait. No, I'm not touching them yet. I'm not doing any rotations. I'm just checking them out. So they're so recessed, sunk in at this point, that they're not fully accessible by hand. All right. Nikolai, whenever you are ready, let us know and we will press on. Sounds good. Give me a minute. All right. Stand by. And I'm just going to tell you right off the bat that I will have to use a wrench. I don't think it's doable otherwise. Do you need a wing knob for the wrench? Would it make sense to use that one? Well, it's an option, yes. I could give it a try. It's not easy as well, using the wing knob, but I can try. So the wing knob is installed. All right, Nikolai, I'm ready. Let's start with row 1. Please install inaudible and turn it by a quarter turn. Quarter turn in work. Clockwise, quarter turn, clockwise. Copy. Going counter clockwise. Too close. Is that correct? Correct. Number 7 done. Number 8 done. Copy. Copy. Number 9 wouldn't budge if I go by hand. Number 9.
1 hour, 50 minutes into the spacewalk, Kononenko and Chub continuing to configure valves at the external radiator that leaked back on October 9th to isolate it from the rest of the Naoka module's thermal control system cooling loops.
Number 8.
Chub is in the process of closing 4 valves to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir that provides the coolant itself to the cooling loops for the external radiator.
Number 7. Please go slower. Number 8, number 9. Go slower with what? What do you mean? Do you mean the time interval between them? Yes, that's what I mean. Between the rows. All right, so am I go for the next row? Yes, you're go for row 4. Okay, number 6. Number 7. 8. 9. Standing by. Copy, Nikolai. Ready for the next one. Your go for 5. Row 5 in work. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Row 5 is completed. Copy completed. Am I go for row 6? Yes, your go. The quarter turn. Number 7, number 8, all quarter turns. Number 9, quarter turn complete. And this row is done. Okay, copy. Am I go for the next one? Yes, go for 7.
Again, Tube is in the process of methodically closing 4 valves that link the external radiator to the coolant reservoir, called a fluid servicing reservoir for the external radiator. One more step in this process will be Kononenko opening a manual valve between the interface that the radiator is mounted on Naoka to the cooling system, to the pipeline, if you will, to the coolant reservoir, and that will complete the isolation of that external radiator from the rest of the module's cooling system.
Go for row 9. Row 9. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for row 10. Row 10 in work. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Nikolai, take a break for now. Stop for now, because we're coming up on the short LOS. We will be standing by until we're back to stable comm. All right, standing by.
And the instructions that you heard through the interpretation from the Russian flight controllers in Korolyov at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, to the 2 cosmonauts working outside of the International Space Station, to take a quick breather as we will go into a very, very short handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We're approaching the 2-hour mark into the spacewalk, running some 25 to 30 minutes ahead of the timeline at this point, as the 2 cosmonauts are almost complete with the isolation of that leaked external radiator from the rest of the cooling system for the Naoka module that is being cooled by the primary cooling system through its body radiators, the radiators mounted on the body of the module itself.
In work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy, Nikolai. Go for row 13. 13 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for row 14. 14 in work. Number 6, 9, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. And your go for row 15.
The space station flying 260 miles over eastern India, about to cross the border,
Completed.
moving toward China. On this particular orbit of the Earth, everything continues to go very smoothly with this spacewalk, which is the 11th out of the International Space Station this year, the first for Expedition 70 that began in late September under the command of European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen. Mogensen, NASA astronauts Jasmine Mogbelli and Laurel O'Hara, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa are in their pre-sleep period, having completed their work for the day, while Russian cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov continues to monitor the handiwork of his cosmonaut crewmates outside from his viewing post inside the Zvezda service module.
19 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 20. 20 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for 21. 21 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 22. 22 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 23. 23 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for 24. 24 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Nikolai, the subsequent turns on fluid connectors can cause the coolant to come out. Please be careful with that, and please make sure you're broadcasting your actions. All right, copy all, and your go for row 25. 25 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for 26. 26 in work. 6.
And with that direction, Oleg Kononenko about to open up a manual valve at the interface between the radiator and the fluid servicer pipeline, basically the coolant reservoir.
27, which is the next one, is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for 28. 28 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for 29. 29 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 30. 30 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Oleg, your task is to close KR2 valve when I tell you so on my go. Copy. Nikolai, your go for row 31. 31 is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Copy. Go for 32. 32 is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Nikolai, row 33.
Выполняю 33 вперед.
33 is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for row 34. 34 is in work.
Так, шестой уперся.
6, 7,
Девятый уперся. Все в упор
8,
закрыты. Ряд был закончен.
9. 9 row completed. Copy and stand by for now.
Упор без усилия. Ключом надо подтягивать.
Should I tighten it or keep it like this?
Теплоноситель нигде не...
I do not see any coolant coming out. Go ahead and open car 2 valve by rotating it to 90 degrees clockwise. 90 degrees clockwise, car R2. To open. Oh, you said open. Okay.
Открыть.
It is open.
Клапан открыт.
The valve is open, and I turned counterclockwise. This is car R2 valve. Copy. EV elapsed time is 2 hours. Inaudible. Nikolai, take photographs of the connectors. Inaudible. Copy. I will take photographs. Yes, taking photographs now. Sun pass coming up in 3 minutes.
Камера включена.
The camera is on.
Так, видео пошло. Фото выполнено.
Video is on. Photography is in progress.
Выполняю фото-видеосъемку подъемов.
Taking photographs and videos of the connectors.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 4 minutes into the spacewalk. The 2 cosmonauts have completed the closure of external radiator valves and valves to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir. They've also opened a manual valve at the interface between that leaked external radiator and the fluid servicer pipeline. As such, the 2 cosmonauts have isolated that external radiator from the 2 external thermal loops that are providing cooling for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. It is being cooled through its body radiator that's affixed to the structure of the module itself, providing the proper cooling for that module and its equipment inside. The 2 cosmonauts are now about to begin the inspection and documentation of the possible location of the radiator leak that occurred on October 9th.
Please inspect the MLIs near the active attachment interface and audible. Visually, I see the 3 sides of the area. I'm looking carefully, nothing to report, but there are darker spots on the MLI near MLM where it says USP. There is a dark spot on one side. And then, speaking of the other side, I'm taking video now, and I guess we can review it on the camera. Okay. Video and photography completed. Copy. Turning off the camera now. Nikolai, please take more photographs before the orbital sunrise, okay? Oh, all right. Inaudible. So the radiator is clean. I don't see anything. Let me show you. I'm going to show you. Is it right here? It looks very neat. Well, you were saying that there would be a lot of openings here, and it's approximately, 15? Looks fine. We are at orbital sunrise. I do see something near the valve, and it looks even, but there are a lot of them. Yes, it's a lot. All right, so Nikolai, keep taking photographs and videos. And also go ahead and close the valve for now. Oleg. Oleg, it should be in your area behind the radiator. Well, I'm actually holding on to it now. All right. And I will continue filming and taking photographs at sunrise. This looks the same. I do not see any traces of coolant. Same for the connectors. No traces of coolant on the connectors. And inaudible? Specifically on the connectors. While I'm taking videos, I'm going to be broadcasting what I'm seeing here. Black spots on the surface here. Right here. Copy. This is the radiator, specifically on the radiator. And could you please take videos of other areas farther away? Yes, I will do that now. I turned around somewhat, and I see the pipes bending, and there are some drops on the joint here, 25 to 30 milliliters approximately. I guess you will see better on the camera. Where is it? Is it on the opening? No. No, I'm pointing to it with my hand. That's what I see.
Сергей, я могу переместиться к рту поближе и поснимать?
Sergey, can you show it closer where the foot restrainer is? I closed the MLI flap. Yes.
Nikolai Chub reporting back to Russian flight controllers in Korolyov what he's seeing at the suspected site of the radiator leak on the external radiator, reporting some black spots on the radiator itself, and the possible source of the leak along essentially a joint on one of the radiator panels.
Ты тогда можешь перемещаться на
No, you can translate to the boom. Yes, I understand.
Хорошо.
Yes, I understand the corrections. Okay. Visually, it looks like most of the openings are located at the base and less on the panels on planes 2 and 3. Okay, copy.
Chub is continuing his inspection of and documentation of the external radiator.
Okay. The recommendation is try to activate SITA one more time. Push the button. In work. Okay, that's the button that's directed forward, right? Yes. Okay, I'm trying to take photos of the backside. Well, you know, the feeling is that those holes have very even edges, like they've been drilled through. There's lots of them. Copy. Speaking simultaneously. And they are spread in a chaotic manner, but literally lots and lots of them on the first panel. On the panel second from the hull is less damaged, but closer to the lower part, yes, there are some holes as well. Okay, copy. I'm pressing with a fairly good force, but nothing happened. Before dawning the suits, we checked everything, and both green LEDs were on. Okay, Nikolai. When you and Oleg will be together next to the attachment point, maybe Oleg will help you to press even harder. This is the latest recommendation on camera ops. Okay, copy. Now, close the flaps over fluid connectors in work. I put away the camera and the wrench. Yes. I'm covering the fluid connectors. By the way, do you remember in Hydrolab we had a question about these MLI flaps? They are not stitched, and we were told that no, they were stitched, and in fact, they're not. On both sides? I can say for the other side. But it can be ripped off, the lower part too. So I tried not to fully open it, but again, it looks like it's not secured with the stitching. Okay, now we'll know that it's not stitched. Yes, absolutely.
2 hours, 16 minutes into the spacewalk, the two cosmonauts have completed their inspection and documentation of the leaked external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. All of their comments and the photographic documentation of the suspected leak point that leaked coolant back on October 9th will be analyzed by engineers back at the Russian Mission Control Center to determine a remedial course of action for that radiator.
In the meantime, while he's still on his way, pay attention to the GSM. We need to make sure that at the end of the activities, they won't be scratching anything. Are you saying we'll need to rotate the ball joint? Or rather that mobile link? Yes. Yes, because in the area of transportation ring, they can scratch. And, you know, I have a feeling that the drop became larger. Do you see it? I do believe that we'll take care of it right now. Okay. Prepare the towels to remove this drop as it appears. Okay, that's why we have towels with us in the first place. Oleg, let me prepare Strela for rotation. Oleg, are you there already? Say it again. Are you there? Yes. Yes, I reached the area next to the attachment point. Just give me a minute. Do not touch anything. I am rehooking. Let me secure it. I rotated it. Just to make sure I will not grab the tether. Are you holding it now? Something is on the way. There is some retainers there, and we need it for the foot restrainers. So probably look at the upper handrails and bundle it up somehow. Work from the top. And use the clamp. Okay. We will work with it later on. Maybe I need to screw it together with the MMZ ball joint. We need to take care of everything at once. Otherwise, we will not be able to set the device in the normal position. You see the end of the boom is right here. Okay, secure it on the boom. Copy. And here. Okay, we'll use this hook right here. Oleg, when you have a chance, please help with pushing the camera button. Well, right now, we are still working on the inspection. Right now, it's loose. We need to somehow hold it, because it will always be loose if attached to the attachment point. It needs to be tightened somehow. And the restrainer is in a closed position, right? Yes, all in closed position. Take a look here. Unintelligible. All right, I'm holding on to it. Do you see the video? It's green. No, the green is not illuminated. Check the titanium cable. Let me turn around. It's on the left. Well, we cannot connect it there. The caps are visible here separately. Yes, I brought them together to make sure they're not just loose. Well, visually, the cables are connected. Okay, copy. I pressed it using 2 fingers, but when it was connected, or after they were connected, no changes. You need to translate to my side and then approach here. Okay, let me rotate myself. Yeah, just like this. Well, yes. It looks like it's been drilled. Oleg, it looks like you need to pull out the mobile link. Let me take some photos. Do you see the actual drop? No, not yet. Point it to the ball joint. And from this angle, there are even more drops. Actually, there is one more. Look at the second part. Yes. It's no longer just a drop, it's a flow. Yes, it's a pretty strong flow. I believe the towels will not be enough to remove it. Yes, you're right. Sergey, do you hear? Oleg, can you bring the camera for us to see? I'm extending Strela. Kola, hold it. Yes, I'm doing my best holding it. I'm just, pushing it away from it, but it keeps retracting.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 2 hours, 23 minutes into the spacewalk. You can see some coolant at the source of the leak on the external radiator that is emanating from the suspected leak area on that radiator, perhaps disturbed by the manipulation of the valves to isolate the radiator from the thermal control system loops that was accomplished a short time ago by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub.
Reconnected but close, so let's hook it to this gap spanner. Are you holding it? No, not really. I want you to move a bit lower. Otherwise, the tether is on the way. Okay, now I reconnected the tethers, and now I need to rotate and go up.
You can see the coolant at the point where the leak was presumed to have emanated, while the 2 cosmonauts work to secure other equipment for the installation of scientific payloads on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
No. A little bit higher. Everything? Okay, now have you seen it? No. No. Tell me, to the left, to the right? Up. Left and to the right. Left and up. But again, the tether will not let me go up.
This is Kononenko taking close-up documentation of the site of the leak of coolant from the external radiator on the multipurpose laboratory module.
The flow selector MLI flap opened. Okay, now it's back closed again. Sergey, let me change my tether attachment points. Okay. Well, I believe the towels will not be enough here. It looks like it. Do you see it now? Do you see it? Well, we do not see from our camera, but we see it from the ISS cameras. You see that huge bubble, and it increased in size. It was much smaller when we used the towels the first time. You see, there is a tether here, and the tether is all wet. The tether on the mobile link, the one that is connected to the handle of the attachment point. Oleg, any drops reached the Orlan? No. But yes, that tether actually hit my visor. Okay. So now Nikolai will help me to wipe it off. Oleg, translate away from that area. Yes, that's what we're doing. What shall I do with the tether? Hold the wire tight. Move away. Move away, and we'll be taking care of other tasks. Yes, that's what we're doing. Moving away. I am taking towels with me. That's correct. Okay, I wiped the visor. The end of the tether is all wet. Do not, and we see the huge bubble growing. Did you see it? Yes. Do not touch the tether. Yes, we saw it from different cameras. I'll leave the mobile link in the same location. We are not taking it with us. Copy. Do we need to secure it? Let's remove it from the tether and stow the tether in the bag. Well, the bag is full. We cannot even stuff the towels in. No, do not touch the tether at all. Leave it as is.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, at the 2-hour, 29-minute mark in the spacewalk.
Well, right now we are terminated any steps of these activities. Go back to MRM2. But we need to secure the mobile link somehow. We'll think what to do with that while you'll be working on the next task.
Following the completion of the configuration of the valves to isolate the external radiator from the rest of the thermal control system loops for the NAOCA multipurpose laboratory module, the operation to isolate the external radiator through the configuration of the valves to shut off the cooling system for NAOCA, one of the two thermal loops for that external radiator, clearly disturbed some of the residual coolant at the leak site and caused it to emanate from this point that you're looking at right now. That seems to have subsided at this moment. But some of that coolant moved toward Oleg Kononenko and got on one of his tethers that will be removed and placed in a bag, not to be returned inside the International Space Station. The crew is being instructed to move on to the next task in the spacewalk, which will be the start of the work to install a scientific payload on the NAOCA module, a synthetic radar aperture system. But you saw clear evidence of the coolant, any of the residual coolant that was left in that external radiator loop that was apparently disturbed in the isolation of the external radiator from the rest of the NAOCA cooling system, causing whatever residual coolant there was in that line to form a liquid on the outside and to move away from the leak point out into open space.
Be careful.
And you can still see that liquid that is formed at what is apparently the leak site on the external radiator for Naoka.
Turn around and use the handrail. Well, secure the mobile link the best way possible, but we will take it with us only at the very end of aviation. Let's secure it facing down towards the foot restraint, because that will allow me to move to it quickly later on, and in the meantime, it will not be on the way back to MRAP. Okay, let's do it. I copy, and I'm beginning translation. And then you'll move it towards me, right, Oleg? Okay. You want to secure it?
So again, you're looking at residual coolant from the leak site on the external radiator on the Naoka module that initially developed a leak back on October 9th. The cosmonauts took photo documentation of the liquid, which formed into a sort of bubble, and the bubble moved into a series of flakes that transported themselves away from the leak site. Oleg Kononenko reporting that some of that coolant got on one of his tethers. That tether has been removed and put into a bag. It will be jettisoned and not brought back into the International Space Station.
I tried to bring GoPro as close as possible, so maybe we'll see it there. Okay, I see. Nikolai, what's up? No, just looking. Yes, the drop was small, and right now it's grown huge. Exactly, it looks like a huge lens. It takes the entire volume of that half curve. Can you use the tether that will later be used for security? Can you reattach it to the farther end? Yes, because then its length should be sufficient. Otherwise, if we'll keep it where it is now, the length may not be enough. So, you suggest this tether, standby one? Yes. Can you reach it? I'm not sure. I'm about to give it a try. No, probably you won't be able to reach it. I translated to the lower surface. Oh, it's warm here. How about the foot restraint? Does it sit properly? Can you secure something to it? Yes. Yes, you can secure it to it. Okay. So this is we are only talking about the length of the device that secures the radiator. This is a cable, and maybe we should run the tether under it. Go ahead and rotate the mobile link, and then I'll see what we can secure. So here, this is the lower part. Why are you talking about the lower part? It should be the upper part. Well, I was talking about the upper part, but no, then it will be on the way. But you may not be able to run it down. No. We need to remove that retainer from the...
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 36 minutes into the spacewalk. You're looking at the site of the coolant leak on the external radiator to the Nyoka multipurpose laboratory module, and a blob of that coolant that emanated from the leak site following the closure and configuration of valves to isolate the radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system, providing a cooling capability for Nyoka.
This is the wing nut on the...
Some of that liquid wound up sublimating itself and was liberated into the form of flakes that moved away from the radiator itself. Oleg Kononenko took a close-up documentation of the leak site that will be evaluated by engineers at a later date.
I was able to remove it. Now it will be possible to...
Detailed analysis of any contamination risk following that leak on the backup radiator, this external radiator, resulted in NASA and Roscosmos teams agreeing to implement procedures to reduce any traces of coolant from entering the International Space Station at the completion of today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts will be wiping down their Orlon suits and the tools that they've used to conduct the spacewalk very thoroughly. They will put those tools and towels into bags that will be left in the Poisk module airlock, and an air filtration system will be activated for 24 hours to cleanse the atmosphere as an additional precautionary measure once the airlock is repressurized and the cosmonauts are back inside the International Space Station.
This one? Yes. Well, like this one, but on the side. It's exactly on the opposite side. Yes, it's next to the retainer. Yes, that's the one. Can you tighten it? No, not yet. Oh, okay. Now I see it. No, see, it folds up. Before that, it was just secured there. So here's my right hand. Push it forward and then a bit to the right. Now you grabbed it. So can you tighten it? No, no way. Almost. Okay. Are you? Did you grab it? Yes, I did. Now you are perpendicular. Now it's perpendicular to the hull. Can you rotate it? Can you rotate in a parallel way? If I rotate it like this, does it go away from you? Well, right now it's on the support, normal to the hull. When you'll be done with this operation, while you're in installation, please take photos of the radiator.
That's it. I got it secured. Let me pull it up. All right, there was a short dropout. When you're done with that ring, Nikolai, could you take imagery of the radiator? Okay, we have one towel. Do you want us to take it with us or leave it? Because it's not very convenient to have it unintelligible. That's good. So this mobile ring is stretched between the anchor that's installed underneath the radiator and the Strela boom itself. So of the radiator is between the body of the MLM module and the radiator. Sounds good. All right, while you are still in sunrise, let's take some imagery and work already. We copied your call. And Oleg, could you also join in and take a few images? Because it would be good to have some of the thermal control system imagery from MLM. All right, camera is on.
Здесь, Серег, картина примерно такая же.
All right, the situation is pretty much the same. There is a hole. Well, Nikolai actually took imagery from there, from the anchor. I kind of crawled up and took imagery. And take imagery of the radiator as well. And it kind of seems the same here. Unintelligible can be taken imagery of from below as well. Move it a little bit. The end. On this hose. All right. I took the imagery and I'm going to deactivate the camera. All right, we are watching this droplet. The droplet has stabilized, but by the way, it's kind of like a little pile. Looks like a bud. How is it? Well, we're going to move forward. Sergey.
This is Mission Control Houston, again looking at the leak site on the external radiator where the coolant provided for that external radiator first leaked on October 9th. Any residual coolant that was left in that coolant line for the external radiator was apparently disturbed by the closure and configuration of valves to isolate the external radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system for the external radiator for Naoka. You can see it swirling about a bit. Some of that coolant was liberated and made its way toward Kononenko's tether and his spacesuit, which was quickly wiped down by both himself and Nikolai Chub. There will be further mitigation steps taken at the end of the spacewalk before the two cosmonauts re-enter the Poisk airlock and after the repressurization of the airlock to ensure that none of this contaminant makes its way inside the International Space Station.
All right, and Nikolai, I am passing by the restraint fixture. Not too fast, though. Take your time. Well, because of the hook, the whole tether kind of rotates, and it's hard to get it secured. All right, I got it secured. Good. All right. You ready? You have it removed it from the ring? Because I don't see anything. Maybe it's like swinging somewhere around you. There it is. Just make sure that it doesn't get snagged on anything. All right, I got it. And you need to translate to the other side. Go, go, go. I'm going.
A good view from Oleg Kononenko's helmet camera as he and Nikolai Chub wrap up work at the external radiator
So be careful.
at the 2-hour, 48-minute mark in the spacewalk. Once again, you could see visual evidence of any residual coolant on that external radiator leak site emanating from the leak site itself, following the completion of the isolation of that radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. And again, this view of the leak site, some flakes still moving away from the leak point where the leak first occurred back on October 9th.
All right, we are at MRM. All right, you've got this tether right next to you. Do you see it in front of you? I'm just looking around to see where I should be translating to. I'm looking into that direction. Sergey, how do you copy? Yes. Loud and clear. Do you want me to get into it and then untie it? Do you want me to take the crew lock bag? Yes, we are. You are taking the crew lock bag. And I can take the crew lock bag.
Once again, some of the droplets from the coolant, the residual coolant at the leak site and the external radiator were liberated and made their way towards one of the tethers that Kononenko had on his suit and to the suit itself, but those were quickly wiped down. The tether was bagged. It will not be brought back inside the International Space Station, and those suits will undergo a further wiping down before the two cosmonauts make their way back inside the Poisk airlock and close the hatch to begin the repressurization of the airlock at the completion of today's spacewalk.
Crew lock bag has been secured to me. And Paros is on the adapter. Okay, that is true. It's not good. It's not making, the crew lock bag is not making our lives any easier. Oh, let's secure it to the adapter. Let me even get to it, and I'll try to secure the crew lock bag to the adapter. Yeah, you can try doing that. I'm going to get around. Yes, get closer to us so that I'm within, so that it's within reach. All right, there you go. Move your hand. I moved my hand. Is it too far? Well,
as we approach the 3-hour mark in today's spacewalk, the two crew members, still running ahead of the timeline, will now begin to take two scientific payloads, a miniature radar synthetic apparatus that will be used as a radar system. We'll attach it to the NEOCA multipurpose laboratory module, and then we'll attach a deployment device to NEOCA, in which is a nanosatellite called the Parus satellite that will be deployed. We'll unfold some sails to test solar sail technology. All that coming up in the second half of today's spacewalk that is expected to last about 7 hours in duration.
Items that the specialist asked you to check. It's right here.
The work with the external radiator is complete. The photo documentation of that radiator and its leak site also complete. That documentation now will be studied by the engineers on the ground to see what remedial action may be possible to fix the leak and to replenish coolant back into the loop that services that external radiator, which is used as a backup radiator for the primary cooling system for NEOCA, which is basically a body radiator that is mounted on the body itself of the module, and which it was launched back in May of 2010. The external radiator originally designed to provide additional cooling, backup cooling, for scientific payloads that will be
what do you want us to check?
Used inside the multipurpose laboratory module in the future.
Please, point your cameras onto the sides of the mini RSA, the long side of the RSA. Yeah, this is perfect. The SME wanted to...
so again, the work with the external radiator is complete.
Verify that everything
Additional leakage of coolant from the leak source was documented,
now,
and some of the droplets of coolant made its way toward Oleg Kononenko, but his suit was wiped down along with his tools and one tether, and that tether was bagged. It will not be brought back inside the station.
That's okay. We're going to check it out when we transport the whole kit, and it's going to be easier. What do you want us to specifically see there? Nope, cannot tell you. We just wanted to inspect the sides. Well, inspect it for what? We have removed the film. They have an idea that one of the locks got triggered there, so they just wanted to inspect and make sure. A lock? There are no locks. Well, panel sections have locks. Let me set it up vertically. Hold on, I'm making my way to it. Okay. I'm turning it around. I've got it now. The awesome, wonderful imagery. Thank you. Okay. Do you want us to go up a little bit? No, Oleg, lower. Oleg, on the left side, do you see the pin for one of the locks of this section got out a little bit? Do you see it? Yes, I do. Do you want me to push it in? Yes, if you could. Oleg, and give it a try with the wrench. Do you want me to push against it with the wrench?
You're looking at the mini radar synthetic aperture device that will be installed and unfolded on the NAOCA module to study radar technology.
It's not getting secured there. Could you try and take a wrench and push it even further in? But it will still not reach any further than my finger, even if.
Just to recap, as we approach the 3-hour mark in the spacewalk, Kononenko and Chubb manipulated a series of valves to isolate that external radiator from the rest of the cooling system for the NAOCA multipurpose laboratory module. They then conducted a detailed inspection and photo documentation of that radiator leak location. During the inspection, some of the liquid coolant was liberated from the leak site, made its way toward Oleg Kononenko. His suit was wiped down, as well as his tools. One tether that received several flakes of the coolant was put in a bag. It will not be returned inside the International Space Station, and the crew will have other mitigation steps to further wipe down their suits and tools before entering the Poisk airlock at the completion of today's spacewalk.
Enough that it's going to stay in. Nikolai, do you have something that I could use to push it in? Let me check. How big is it? Well, here it is, sticking out. Have a look. I'm going to turn it towards you. Maybe you have a wrench or something that you could use there? Let me get a little bit closer to it. I got it. Do you see that pin sticking out? So, the situation is this. It's more than just push it in. You need to push it in far enough to make it to activate the actuator that will hold it in place. Well, we don't really have anything that thin. Hold on, let me think. We need something thin there to push that thing in there. It's not really easy to do. Let me turn around. Which thing? You see the wrench? Do you want me to pull it out? Do you see it? We can turn it around a little bit. That's what I was talking about. Oleg, this is Oleg Nikolai. There is another option. Try to bend it, a wire tie together and push it in. Yeah, a wire tie would be too soft because we have to use a lot of force to push that thing in. The wire tie is going to bend. And Let me try, though. Hold on, let me hold it. There is this little... What, Sergey, what is this? Like, what is inside there that holds it? The spin.
Ну, такой рожковый ключ, который внутрь вошел. Зафиксировался, отлично, Коль.
It's an open-ended wrench that we managed to... Okay. That's what we used. That wonder wrench. So, we didn't take it in vain. It came in handy. Indeed. The most important thing is before you install that mini unit, you will have to inspect every single pin there to make sure that they didn't slide out. Okay, so what's a better route for me to walk to get around? Let me lift it up, and let's decide which side works best to carry it. Okay, I think from above is the best. Right, I am on the Strela operator post. And let me make sure it's secured on both sides to the circular handrail. So PT is 3 hours sharp. Is it good or bad, by the way? In general, all good. Okay, in general, you say. Did you find it? No, not yet. Still translating. So it turns out it's more difficult than it looks. So here, from above, move forward and I can lift up here. Okay? Secure yourself for that. And it's stretched out here. Okay, so carry it together with the flag. Yes. And where is the second one? After with me. Okay. I'm holding the sides, the corners, and you will reconnect it. Got the kit. I'm going to reconnect it closer. All right, you got it? I got it. Okay. Oops. Okay, I see it. All right, to the Strela boom and to this thing. Now, the tether that is secured to the ring with this handrail, I'm going to switch second transportation tether to it. I would secure it to the unintelligible itself, a little bit higher. Let me pull myself up a little bit. Okay, got it. All right. I'm going to move along MRM forward, and I will try to reconnect it to the ring. Could you please grab, Oleg, could you please grab onto that handrail, please? Let me pull it up a little bit. I got it. Right.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 8 minutes into the spacewalk. Kononenko and Chub are working now in the early stages of demating a series of cables and preparing to mate other cables for the installation of this miniature radar synthetic aperture system.
Have you reconnected? Well, are you using your short tether? Because the length is not sufficient for me to get there. Well, you can disconnect and reconnect one more time. Nikolai, check what's going on beneath you. Nikolai. Nope, it's the tail end. Go ahead. Well, guys. So your temperature settings are at 6. Temperature control handle. What's the? It's set to 6. Are you telling that it's a little bit too warm? Well, I need to check. Well, don't get too cold there. If you need, you can adjust the temperature settings.
So I'm gonna go below. Okay. It's not reaching there. Nikolai, I'm there. Oleg, Nikolai, I have a proposal for you to take a break. Well, we're not really working for now. We're just translating. However, before you start translating, please take a break. Well, let us configure everything here, because on the side that I was just on, it's not really convenient to translate from there, so I had to move down a bit. Is it nearby? Yes, it is below you. Oh, that's right. Okay. Position yourselves at the translation ring and take a break. Yes, we will do that. Is that a towel that's loose? What is it? Is it convenient now or not? Where should I put it? Let me get over there first. Okay, you go ahead.
Ага, да. Кусочек будто бы стеклоткани.
This is a piece of fabric.
Так, все, я на подвижном кольце.
I am at the translation ring now.
Держишь?
Are you holding it? Holding. Okay, Nikolai.
Да.
Yes, go ahead.
Отдыхаем.
Take a break.
Сделал потеплее.
Inaudible. I turned the temperature up a bit.
Так, второй файл.
All right, tether 2.
Там с той стороны был не цеплял.
Was it on the other side? Yes, it is right here. Are you holding the bundle? Yes, I am. Okay.
Так, раз, два.
1, 2.
Они оба здесь.
So both are here.
Вы пока смотритесь по файлам, но при этом все равно...
Make sure you inspect the feathers now, but also you need to be taking a break now. You need to rest. Well, we're not doing anything. We are resting. We're looking around.
Так, а второй файл вот так вот здесь.
What about the second tether?
Вот ее надо за кольцо круговое, наверное, привести.
It needs to go around the ring.
Так, сейчас. Такие вот эти старого образца карабины неудобны.
The old style hooks are not the best ones. They're not convenient.
Так, вот в этом положении нужно...
Okay,
Да.
so we need to be in this position, correct?
А вы бороду видите, где он там?
And do you see the front part?
Давайте я буду за бороду.
Yes, it is right here. So I'm going to be holding on to it. And
Дело? А?
what is it?
Ой, я во что-то упер, что ли?
Am I
Так, вот сейчас передвигаться.
stopped against something? Okay, I'm holding it.
Николай, пока не начинаем перемещение.
Nikolai, Oleg, please do not start translating just yet.
Мы все отдыхаем.
Sergey, we're still resting.
Я понимаю, но тем не менее нужно отдыхать.
I understand, but however, you do need to take a break now. Yes, we are taking a break.
А, это файл, который...
What is it? Is it the tether that we removed that was on SHAT 21?
Я за него ногой зацепился, он возле люка.
So I am attached to it. That was right next to the hatch.
Ну, она, видишь, все время будет гулять туда-сюда.
Well, it's going to be moving back and forth all the time.
Как же это тащить-то? Ну, так и тащить придется.
That's how we're going to have to carry it.
Сергей, она, конечно, не...
Sergey, it is not vertically stable. It is moving back and forth.
Понятно. Ну, будем стараться.
All right, copy.
Транспортировать.
So you're going to have to carry this one as a heavy bundle. One of them will be holding it and then handing it over to the other one who will be reconnecting it.
Как будет получаться?
Развернуться удобно.
I'm trying to turn around to a position that would be most convenient for translation. And I'm pushing the ring, but there are two antennas here that I can't
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 16 minutes into the spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. The two crew members now working to install a payload adapter upon which a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture will be installed. This one of the scientific payloads to be mounted on the outside of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. This all coming after work was completed to isolate the leaking areas around the external radiator on Naoka that sprung a leak of coolant back on October 9th. The two cosmonauts went to inspect that leak site on the radiator after they closed a number of valves to isolate the radiator from the rest of the module's cooling system. Kononenko reported first detecting some black spots on the surfaces of the radiator itself, and then when he approached the leak site, noted a large bubble had formed in the area where the leak had emanated back on October 9th. The large bubble spewed some flakes of coolant toward him. He got some of that coolant on a tether, and it was suspected that some of that coolant also made its way to his suit, but it was quickly wiped down. The tether was bagged and will not be brought back inside the airlock once the crew completes its spacewalk later this evening.
Do you see this tether? What is it, tether? Tether? Where should it go? On that side, okay, got it. What was that?
The two cosmonauts took extensive photo documentation of the radiator leak site. All of that data will be analyzed by engineers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow to determine what their remedial actions might be to repair that leak and restore a cooling capability for that radiator. The external radiator serves as a backup to provide additional cooling for payloads in the Naoka module. The prime radiator system, which is wrapped around the body of the module itself, is performing just fine with no issues, providing the proper cooling for Naoka.
Okay, got it.
The radiator was first launched along with an external payloads airlock on the Rosviet module on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010, sat idle on Rosviet for 13 years before both the airlock and the radiator were removed from Rosviet during earlier Russian spacewalks in May of this year. The radiator was installed on the Naoka module during a spacewalk on May 12th, and about 4 weeks later was filled with the coolant that eventually leaked out of that leak site on October 9th.
I've moved over. Okay. Can you see it? Yes, I see it. Hold it. I can't hold it for now. Nikolai, please hold it. Okay, that's gone now. Is it the cable? No? Can I hold it? Yes, please hold it. Are you holding it? Yes, holding it. There is something next to my right shoulder that's not letting me move. On top. There is another one that goes over your shoulder as well. No, go back and down. Am I going up? Please turn towards me, the other way. Okay, and now move back and down. More, back and down. Further down on the Strela. All right, you're out. Are you holding it? I'm trying to release it. There is nothing there, okay. I'm going to untangle it. Okay, so please hold the bundle. Stand by. I need to secure on the Strela. Is it convenient? No. I'm holding it. Okay, you're holding it. I'm holding the bundle, and the ring is inaudible. All right, so we're there, and I'm going to unhook the tethers now, and we need to turn around the Paros hardware. I'm holding it. You're holding it. Make sure that the translation ring is secured. I will tether it in a second. We remember about that. We just don't have as many hands and not that much room here as well. Have you translated over there? Yes. This is handrail 4100. There is one attached to that handrail already. So, I got this one. Now, I'm going to take, where is it? Here it is. Handrail 4100. Tether is attached to that handrail. Is the ring secured? Yes. The translation ring is tethered. Make sure it doesn't float away. Are you holding it? I need the second tether. Do you have it? What second tether? The adapter. All right, so let me move forward. And I'm going to then get the bundle from you.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 25 minutes into the spacewalk, as Nikolai Chub and Oleg Kononenko work on preparing to install a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture, a scientific payload, on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. That will be followed by the installation of a deployment mechanism on Naoka, in which is a solar sail nanosatellite called Parus, the Russian word for sail, that will be spring ejected from that deployment mechanism. Once again, a scientific investigation. Work to isolate the external radiator on the Naoka module is completed, but not before some residual coolant was liberated from the leak site on that radiator that initially leaked on October 9th. The additional leakage during the spacewalk came right after Kononenko and Chubb configured a series of valves to isolate that external radiator from the rest of Naoka's cooling system.
And I'm turned around.
The main cooling for Naoka is
Are you getting the video?
regulated by a body radiator on the surface of Naoka itself that is functioning perfectly at this point.
Please repeat your last. I didn't copy. This is Moscow. I had a question about the camera. Are you getting the video from my camera? Yes, we are. All right. Is it yours? Yes. All right then. Nikolai, are you holding it? Holding it. You can go ahead and turn around. I'm holding it. Holding it. And we can use an adjustable length tether. Are you holding it? Holding it.
Главное, чтобы парус выдержал. Сколько запитан там за 5 часов?
And the parus hardware is powered up. Inaudible. Yes, I'm going to move farther. But let me position myself first. Should we move down?
Kononenko and Chubb are in the process of installing a payload adapter on Naoka, upon which this miniature radar system will be mounted and then unfurled to provide scientific data back to the engineers of the Russian Mission Control Center.
No, I think it's going to move through a recess here just fine. Just need to make sure that we're holding it. There is also EE.UU control panel here. It's not really helping that much. I think it would be rather difficult here. What about the other side? Do you mean on top? Using the gap spanners? Inaudible? Okay. Are you holding it? Yes, I'm holding it. Okay. 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 The gap spanner, are you behind the gap spanner and you can go ahead and move now? Well, actually, yes, I am behind the gap spanner. And I am tethered right behind it. All right. There's a mess here. So let's do it this way. Go ahead and grab it. Grab it where? And I'm going to turn my back towards you now. Are you holding it? Holding it. Green audible. I don't see you now. Okay. I see you now. I see the handrail. Okay, I see it.
Мы здесь
4114. This is the handrail number. Yes, that's correct. Okay, tethered. I'm just trying to understand. Where we should translate from now on. Should we go up? Sergey, are we supposed to move up once we pass the EE.UU control panel? Or should we move back? No, we're supposed to move up. Yes, that's correct. And you need to be in the back. How exactly are we supposed to do that? Shall I start moving then? Well, let's get there first, and then we can swap. Well, this is the configuration that we left it in. So I guess we can carry it, install it, and then we can change places once it is installed. So we can change places on the other side. Okay. And we can adjust it here. Sergey, are you on? Adjust what? Well, the handrail is not installed correctly. It's crooked. The handrail that we're supposed to use for moving up. So this handrail is not oriented correctly. I guess they couldn't reach 4180. That is why it is right behind ERA, which only complicates everything. Yes, I see it. I see it that I can move down and move from over there. Okay, got it. I'm going to move as far as I can. Oleg, Nikolai, how do you read me? 4129. 29, yes, 29. And then 4114, 4129, 4132, 4130. We are moving in the correct direction. Are you holding it? Holding it. And I'm next to handrail 4114. Okay, can we go down in this position? Inaudible. Oleg, Nikolai, how do you read me? We read you well. We had Reticom. Copy. Copy what? The comm is not stable. Oleg, Nikolai, how do you read me? Sergey, we read you loud and clear. Excellent. Because like I said, we've had unstable comm. We are next to handrail 4129 near the valves. And we keep translating. Copy.
Use the safety tether. Yes, I can see it. All right, the sun is coming up. Well, I'm looking at the next attachment point, where to connect. Let me pull it away, and then it will be more convenient for you.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 40 minutes into the spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. You can see the two cosmonauts at the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. The golden or orange-colored device that they are working with is the miniature radar synthetic aperture device that will be mounted shortly on the body of Naoka. Just below the two cosmonauts is the extended external radiator that leaked coolant back on October 9th, and which earlier today during the spacewalk was isolated from the rest of Naoka's thermal control system through the two cosmonauts opening and closing a series of valves. After they completed that work, a blob or bubble of coolant was noticed at the leak site on that radiator and was documented by Kononenko close up. The blob liberated some flakes of coolant in his direction. He wiped down one of his safety tethers and his tools. The tether was bagged. It will not be brought back inside the International Space Station, and additional precautionary measures will be taken to further wipe down the two cosmonauts' suits before they re-enter the Poisk airlock at the completion of today's spacewalk.
Are you holding it? Yes, I'm holding it. I can push it forward a little bit if it will be more convenient for you. There is a room here. We can do it between the two of us. For your information, I'm holding on to the 4142. We managed to pull the bundle through. And actually, we see the markings on two handrails. Okay. Unintelligible. No, Sergey, we are not tired. We don't feel any fatigue. So if we were to feel it, we would certainly we would have taken a break, by all means. That's good to hear. But yes, right now we are at rest. Look at the panel. Unintelligible.
You saw a view of the synthetic radar aperture system.
I don't understand. What are we talking about?
That will be installed, there it is, at the top of your screen. It will be installed on a payload attachment device on Naoka a short time from now.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Okay, I secured it. Yes, Sergey. Okay, we can rest, whatever you say. You can rest while still holding it. Well, let me route it first. I'm holding it. Now I'm completely at rest. Unintelligible. Yes. I would keep it on 4137. Can be attached to the same handrail, and I can stay on it. Or then hold it for a moment, and I will reconnect. Okay. Let me pull it back a bit. No, it's not on the way. A bit higher. Like this. Now it's a different story. The pipe remained on the airlock. Sergey, go ahead. The recommendation is for you to rest. Well, we are doing nothing. Now, panel FP13, right? That's what we're working with. Correct. 3, 4, and 6 are inside. Let me just look at it first. Which connectors do we need? Yes, it's 3, 4, and 6. I can see 2, 3, 4, and 6. Everything except for number 5. Okay, I see 2 and 3. Can we demate it right now, Sergey? We are at rest. Just keep looking at it. Okay. Okay, guys, rest. We are not working, we are resting. But the view here is just, it can knock you off your feet. Well, there is only one handrail. All right, guys, relax, rest, and enjoy the view. That's exactly what we're doing.
3 hours, 48 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts are going to take a breather here. You can see the mini radar system that will be unfurled once it's installed on a payload adapter on Naoka. And on the right of your screen, the big experiment airlock that launched along with the external radiator on the Rassvet module on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010. That airlock and the radiator were installed on 2 consecutive Russian spacewalks back in May of this year.
You guys, you seem to be quite active right now. We cannot copy you. What are you saying? You're having a very active race. Well, right now we are looking at the eye of the hurricane. Actually, we see the eye forming. It's already formed. Where are you flying? Above the Kurils Islands. Oh, okay. Do you see? Yeah, can you see the Kranovsky volcano? It's right there. Yes, really, that's what it is, Kranovsky volcano. I cannot turn around because you pulled that thing together with you. Yes, I actually lifted it. So now you can. I see the ocean. Yes, and I see those circles. And I see the volcano. Wow, that's some eye. Yes, it's a huge eye. Yes. And now I see the volcanoes. They are white and covered with clouds. Okay. Did you have enough rest? Yes. So, can we bring it to place? No, guys, keep resting. Well, I'm freezing. We're freezing resting. So, let me grab onto something. Okay, I'm holding it. The cover, unintelligible. Okay, here is the handle. Done. Now we can untie it. It looks like the red is on the retainer. Well, strictly speaking, the most convenient option would be to bring it a little bit more to the left. And here it will be a good position to put it in place and secure safely.
Коллег Дмитрий, Николай.
Nikolai? Nikolai, hold on.
Адаптер, но не спеша.
You can proceed with installing the adapter, but no rush, don't hurry.
Есть какое-то положение?
Sergey, is there any preliminary position?
Один удерживает
No.
адаптер, и другой
One
за поручень.
must hold the adapter. The other one is putting it in place. And that's the only position that can be used to install it. The rod in the, listen to me, the rod is looking away from the parallel.
Да, все правильно. У нас ориентир.
That's correct.
Адаптер ставится на мишень.
Your reference point is the target. The adapter is must be installed on the target. So, and you have to have markings match. And yes, they match.
Так, проволока не застрахована тоже, да? Проволока, она навязана, нет, она не застрахована. Но вообще можно на нее...
Unintelligible.
Так вот. На всякий случай.
Well, just in case.
Там ваша сторона прижата, нет?
Is your side pressed against the seat? I am positioning myself at the moment.
Много намотали, говорил. Оборотов сколько мы сделали?
How many turns did we make?
Сделали, нам сейчас нужно сделать порядка 60 оборотов.
We need to make inaudible turns.
После скольки оборотов она уже не выпадет и будет уже...
How many turns are sufficient to make sure it will not fall out and will sit there stably? Well, I guess you should feel it. That's the best way to determine. Okay. All right. We need to untie something here, or rather untangle. So hold it for now, please. Yes, I'm holding it. Okay, I'm trying to undo this. It's not really convenient for me to use my hand like that. Let me do it. Because I do not see anything behind my own hand. We'll do it one more time. Again, I can see my hand now. Are you holding it? Yes. Yes, but my hand actually blocks my line of sight. You can't see what I'm doing. Okay. Looks like it's done. I'll keep pressing it.
Сейчас все застраховано, у нас ключ этот. Так, сейчас я прижму, да.
Yes, if you...
As we approach the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk,
I will do that.
you're watching
Now
Nikolai
turn around.
Chub in the blue stripes on his Orlan suit, and just below him, Oleg Kononenko wearing the suit with the red stripes, as they are attaching this mini radar system with a synthetic aperture to a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
Now we need to start, make it...
At the very top of your screen is an experiment airlock that was moved from the Rosviet module upon which it was launched 13 years ago and installed on Naoka back in May during a Russian spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin.
Holding it? Yes. It's still moving. So I don't know whether it's okay or not to start turning. What is actually moving, the adapter or the wrench? Well, the adapter, or rather both. Is the wrench supposed to remain on the surface? Yes, it has to be on the surface. There should be a small gap, actually. I'm holding it, but... So it looks like the wrench actually came out. Nikolai, look, when you were rotating the wrench, there is a manual drive, and you can see some extra rotation. Yes, the shaft is rotating. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Check behind the cord. See if it's been wound. 15, 16, 17. I'm holding it as hard as I can. 22, but it's not going down. 24. Maybe the wrench is not sitting properly. No, actually, I checked it. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Is it holding in place? No. No, it is not. But I'm trying to pull it out. It's not coming out. Let me try to make those turns now. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Do you want me to try? Why? No. 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Oh, okay. Well, right now it's set much tighter, and the cord is wound on it. Well, when I'm turning the key, I hear the clicks. Okay. Hold this, please. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. Stop. Make a back turn. Now, again, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. Hold on, there's a thread. Back it up a little bit, that thread, okay? No, that's a thread. 4 hours even, Now we need to unwind this one. Copy.
По-моему, она непонятно. Она вроде не выскакивает.
No, it's kind of strange. It's not coming out, not falling out, but it's still loose.
Ну да, срабатывание механизма ходовой, я понял.
Well, I guess this has something to do with the ratchet cycle.
Ну, так, мы крутим. Больше заводить.
Okay, we are turning clockwise.
Давай, стой.
Yes.
Вот так подержу. Удобно?
If I hold you like this, is this convenient for you? Okay, clockwise. Yes. Inaudible.
We've passed the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk that began at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, no, I can.
Kononenko and Chub continue the installation of a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture on a payload adapter on the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. This following work to isolate the external radiator on Naoka that developed a coolant leak back on October 9th.
Right now,
the work today configured a series of valves to basically shut off any residual flow of coolant into the external radiator that sprung the leak back on October 9th. In the course of inspecting that leak site on the external radiator following the valve work, Kononenko detected a blob of liquid at the leak site on the external radiator that wound up dispersing a number of flakes of coolant, some in his direction, some which got on a tether, others directed in the vicinity of his suit, which was quickly wiped off. The tether was placed in a bag not to be returned inside the International Space Station.
But the shaft is rotating. I can see that. But there were no idle clicking, no slips. And again, the shaft is rotating. Do you believe that there is enough depth? Look here, there are some gaps. That's how I can see it. Let me make more turns. Hold it. I'm holding. Are you sure we're not making idle turns? But again, I can see the shaft turning. Let me turn around a little. Around a little bit. Okay. It's cooler this way. Are you holding it? Yes. I can see the shaft rotation. Well, now I heard two ratchet sounds. Okay, we undid it. So did you hear those clicks? Yes. Twice when I did it and twice when Nikolai did it.
Такое ощущение, что оборотов 200 сделали.
Чего?
Say it again.
Оборотов 200 сделали.
It feels like you've done about 200 turns. Well, we quit counting after about 60. Okay, what's next? Here, we will secure it with wire ties. Yes. Right here, right on the lock, right? Do you see the wire ties I'm holding? Yes. Yes, I can see it. All right. Run it through. And work. Oleg Nikolai? Yes. We received the telemetry confirming that the adapter has been installed nominally. Great news.
And with that, the cosmonauts reporting that the payload adapter has been installed on Naoka, upon which the synthetic radar aperture system will be installed a short time from now and electrically connected to Naoka to provide data back to the engineers at the Russian Mission Control Center.
Maybe we should stuff it into the trash bag. No, it's way too large. And it's on the way. That's enough? No. No, it's not secure yet.
Ну, как мы с вами договаривались, сначала будем работать...
Oleg? Unintelligible. Say it again, Sergey.
Сначала будем работать с разъемами, а потом уже снимем привод ручной.
As we agreed, you'll start working with the connectors, and then we'll move to the manual drive. Okay. So do we need to disconnect the connectors? Say it again. They're not in order here. Which one is this? This is number 5. The one that you're holding. D made the 2 on the left side. So I'm demating 3 and 4. 2, 3, 4, and 6. It's just 3 and 4 are on my side. D made 2, 3, 4, 6. Affirmative. All right, I'm working with number 6. Not that simple. It's not convenient to work with the left hand. Number 3. Copy. I demated numbers 3 and 4. Now hold these ones. I'm holding it. 3 and 4 are demated. I'm working on demated number 2.
Let me try it with my right hand. No, I almost opened it up. Almost got it. Correction. All right, and you turned it. 2, 3, 4, and 6. 6 is on your side. Open the lock first. A latch. All right, and I see the position. I can't really push my finger through there. At the top. There we go. Now we've got it open. Let's turn. And it has turned. There we go. 2, 3, and 4, and 6. Copy. And we can secure the caps right away. Near Paros. Yeah, let's do that. Sergey, and the payloads adapter, can we connect to it? No. No, Nikolai, you cannot secure yourself to it. Copy, I understand. Okay, how do we go about it? Do I have it? No. The caps for these ones, hold on. The caps are on Paros. Did you manage to reach it? No, not yet, but it's in progress. Okay. That's neat. Did you manage to reach it? I would not risk saying that for now. All right. Have a look. That pin that you used for the latch. Make sure that those pins don't escape, and that they would not escape. Okay, 1, 2, 3. On the side of the handrail and handle, I see 4 locks with 4 pins, and all these pins are in their nominal locations. Also, do you see all 4? No, in total there are 4.
This is Mission Control Houston. On the left side of your screen is Nikolai Chub in the first spacewalk of his career. On the right, with the red stripes, Oleg Kononenko, veteran cosmonaut, now conducting the 6th spacewalk in his career as they monitor the installation of the radar system that you see, the orange-colored device on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
Amazing. There is the moon, the ocean. And we managed to get everything secured, and we can continue working the timeline. And what about the warranty? Could you try and hide it as well? I've got a little bit too many items here, so I'm not sure if I can do anything with the warranty. I see that. Okay, so unintelligible warranty. Well, for now I removed only one warranty, but I'm going to check. Okay, that's number 5, and it's connected to the cable. Okay, Sergey, for now, the warranty, I'm going to attach it to the payloads adapter. Do you have anything against? No, nothing against it. And we will probably need to remove the cable slack.
We are in a handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system, a momentary loss of comm with the International Space Station at the 4-hour, 19-minute mark in today's spacewalk, as the two cosmonauts, Kononenko and Chub, prepare to install a radar aperture system for scientific studies on a payload adapter on the Naoka module of the International Space Station.
4 connectors. Can I attach them to 4142? Is that okay? We currently don't have any video, but you can, if possible, attach it to pretty much any available handrail. Okay, so I guess first of all we need to connect the cables. That's what I'm doing actually. And putting it in the, laying them correctly as we need to have them. Oleg, the handrails that should tie everything to, will you be able to use UFA payloads adapter handrail? It's stripy, black and white. We'll try. It's such a huge, it looks like a huge barrel. Do you mean the docking node? Yeah, They are basically the airlock. All right, I have the cables in the right configuration, and I'm ready to hand the cover caps to you. Let me untie them or untangle them. Unintelligible. Well, I'm off to remove the wire tie, right? In this location? Yes. I kind of got used to working here. And let me start from the very top. This one got tangled up. All right, I have removed the wire tie from the top. Copy. For whatever reason, I can't really turn the cover. Well, you don't need to turn it. All you need to do is just put it on. Well, it's not holding tight. If if it gets if anything touches it, then they will just fall off. All you need to do is just install it. They don't need to be rotated, turned, or anything. Well, they're not holding. They're in place.
Может быть, нам закрыть крышками разъемы, а это колечко, за которое...
Maybe you can close the connectors with the caps.
Это колечко проводит проволочную фиксацию.
And that little ring, you thread the wire tie through it and tie it a little bit.
можно.
We could.
Так, Коль, потом фиксатор тогда дашь, да?
Nikolai, would you give me one wire tie? Of course.
Ну, я думаю, лучше разъемы установить, а потом...
I think it's better to install the connectors and then
Давайте висит сейчас.
do everything else. Okay, let's start on the connectors,
Потом наведем попозже.
and then we can do whatever needs to be done with the caps.
Хорошо.
All right, we'll put it in work. Copy.
Где кабели, Коль?
Or are the cables?
Так, я никак подписаны.
Let's see
Предлагаю начать в обратном порядке.
how they are marked.
А стыковать как?
How do you want us to disconnect them?
Без разницы.
Does it matter? In what order? Any order that's convenient for you.
Просто удобнее будет, если в
All right,
порядке.
just 4, 3, 2,
2, 4,
2, 6,
3, 6.
3, 6.
Так,
All right, hold on.
я сейчас просто ищу, где они подписаны.
I'm looking at the nomenclature basically.
Который ближе ко мне, это какой?
What number is the high frequency one that's closest to me? Which one is that? It's number 6.
Второй.
Okay, 4, 2, 3.
Так, шестого нет? Нет, есть.
Do you have number 6? Yeah. Could you please hold it?
Да, это шестой.
All right, we have number 6.
Держи.
Got it?
Я попробую.
Let me try.
Смотри, там корабель. Шарик.
Make sure
С моей стороны.
the French hook is right. And where is the ball? The ball is right there on my end. And make sure the line is pointed in my direction.
This is Mission Control in Houston. We've hit the 4.5-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Nikolai Chub, who's wearing the Orlan spacesuit with the blue stripes, near the mini radar synthetic aperture system. Oleg Kononenko just below him, wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes, as they continue to mate electrical cables for the radar system. That's the orange-colored device that was installed on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
It's right here on this end.
Once they complete those electrical connections, the various sections of that radar system
And
will
what do we need the
be
white arrow
unfurled
for?
to collect scientific data for engineers back at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside of Moscow. Earlier today, the main objective of the mission today, the spacewalk by Kononenko and Chubb, was completed with the isolation of a leaking external radiator that sprung a coolant leak back on October 9th. It was isolated from the rest of Naoka's cooling loops through the configuration of several valves by the two cosmonauts. Once that was completed, Kononenko went to take detailed photography of the leak site on that external radiator that was installed back on a Russian spacewalk this past May, and discovered a blob of coolant that was basically floating around the area of the leak site, and which eventually spewed some flakes of coolant in his direction. He was instructed to back away from the area. Some of that coolant made it to one of his safety tethers that he disconnected and placed in a bag. It will not be returned inside the International Space Station. And he wiped off his Orlan suit with towels that have been provided for the two cosmonauts just in case of something like this happening. There will be other precautionary measures before the two cosmonauts re-enter the Poisk airlock at the end of the spacewalk this evening to ensure that no contaminant particles make its way back into the station once the airlock is repressurized. So that external radiator is now isolated from the rest of the cooling system on Naoka as was intended. Engineers will be studying the photo documentation captured by Kononenko to determine what their next course of action will be regarding any possible repairs to that leak site area. The external radiator provides a backup cooling capability for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module for payloads that would demand a higher amount of heat rejection capability. Meanwhile, the radiators on the body of Naoka itself that it launched with back in 2010, when it launched on the Rosviet module on the STS-132 mission, along with an experiment airlock that you see at the top of your screen. The body radiators provide the primary cooling for Naoka's systems and are functioning just perfectly.
That they're between the connectors. That's number 2. And it doesn't reach. How come? It's a pretty long tail end.
Не допровернулся еще. А там бабушка не попала? Нет, вроде. Не дошел? Нет.
Did it fit? Nope.
Давай его вытащи еще.
Let's pull it out.
Вот левой рукой не вот совсем.
Oh, it's probably not the best to do it, but fixing unit is open. It is closed. Hold on, it was closed. And verify that the pins are okay, please.
Еще нормально?
It looks good.
Я не вижу.
I don't see it. There is a fat pin across from the ball. Is that what you see? That's what we see.
Я сейчас проверну.
All right, and I'm turning it.
О.
All right, done.
Пальцы не лезут. Закрыл.
Closed. Number 2 has been connected.
Четвертый.
And number 4 too.
Вот четвертый.
There we go.
Так, разъем открыт.
The connector is open.
Через 20 секунд.
In 20 seconds, you're going to go into orbital night. We see it already.
Все, сел.
And the sun is down.
Так, четвертый
All right, number 4 has been connected. Copy.
Так, Оля, мой звонок не мешает?
Nikolai, how is the lock here? Is it in the way?
Так, мне пока, может, что-нибудь прибандажируем.
Do you want me to tie something up meanwhile? Probably not.
Держать.
Do you want me to hold it?
Проворачивается, я пытаюсь проворачиваться. Тут вижу, занатыкано.
Well, it's kind of like everything is like so tight in here and squeezed in there.
Пошел.
All right, it's working.
Все.
Done? Done.
Совмещены, все нормально. Так, третье состояние.
All right, number 3 has been connected. Copy.
У нас все разъемы состыкованы, правильно?
So basically you have all the connectors mated, right? Yes. That's good.
Не, вот можно вот к самому адаптеру приступить.
And 4114 or the adapter itself? Well, the adapter itself is okay too. Or is it long enough?
Через кольцо крыши.
And Nikolai, just go through the rings of the caps. That's what I'm doing.
Это adjustable.
This is adjustable.
Лучше тому. Все попробуем.
Would it be better? Let me try 1, 2, 3, 4.
А может под ним? Да нет, наоборот.
Can you go under it? No, it's actually better if I go above.
Да, не надо. Сейчас.
No, no need to do so.
Нет, вот тому.
Well, actually, the one that's down there.
Мы же его потащим точно.
We're gonna carry it, right?
Того нижнего. Сейчас.
Yes, stand by. Just a minute.
Давай, я их отклоню.
Let me pull them.
Так, вот этот провод не это, к нижнему к какому? А вон.
The one that's down there, which one is it? Is it the one with the stripes? No, do not push it aside. Let it go above. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And this one is going to go underneath.
Держу.
I'm holding it.
Раз, два, три.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Where's the other one?
Хватит проволоки. С проволоки-то.
Do you have enough wire ties? Yes, we have enough wire ties.
Так. Давай ее на палец надень.
And you could put it over your finger?
Сверху наоборот.
No,
Получится.
on top. if you can pull through the top. Can your hand fit there? Can you please hold the bundle? Are you holding it? Yes, holding it. Okay. And my arm can't reach there. Is it fine now? Yes. Okay. Sergey, we have wire-tied the respective parts to the adapter handrails, and it is also secured through the rings of the caps. Can you please take photographs of connector patch panel 13 and also secure the cable harness? Yes. Can you do it? Yes. There is this rag that's hanging out. Nikolai, you can take mine. You can take mine, and I'm going to be holding this fabric. Turning it on. It is recording now, turning around. It is connected now. It needs to be secured. It is secured with wire ties. It's connected. Would it work if you can go through there? Can you hold it on this piece? Yes. It's upside down, but I think they'll figure it out. There are two more connectors that are farther away.
Так, какой слабины хватит здесь?
Inaudible. Everything is already routed there. Okay, let's go ahead and remove it. Let me stow the camera away.
Так, Сергей, можем, наверное, снимать.
All right, Sergey, I guess we're going to remove the unit.
Так, вот смотри, у нас...
Олег Дмитриевич,
Oleg,
Да.
go ahead.
Привод ручной.
Just remove the manual actuator.
Снимаем привод ручной, да.
The manual actuator, yes.
Адаптер должен одним фалом быть или нет?
What about the adapter? Should it have one tether or not? No, Oleg,
перестраховать должны фалы.
you should swap tethers. The tethers that you used for carrying the adapter to the manual actuator.
Так, один на кого?
Okay, so which one? Where? Nikolai?
Сейчас пока не вижу.
I don't see it now. So I have untethered, one tether.
А вот 41.
Where does it go? 4114.
А тебе что, снимать ему удобно?
Where it is wire tied. Do you think it will be convenient to take it off? Well, we don't have to take it off. Well, we're going to carry it back, so I'm not going to need it for now. So let me just secure it on me, on myself, and then you're going to remove it from me. Sergey, we're supposed to carry two tethers, so one of the tethers would go on myself, and then the other one on the unit. Or do you need two tethers? Are we carrying two? You have to carry two because we need to take all of the tethers off the adapter. So you need to swap tethers and secure them on the manual actuator. One of them is secured, and what about the other one? Is it the one that's hooked on the Paros payload? Yes, the adapter.
Могу дотянуться. Да проволоку убрать.
I can reach to put away the wire tie. Do I need to push you? Do you need help?
Я там снизу, я не знаю, куда ее удобно.
Well, I'm not sure where to put it best. Do I need this wire tie, or can I just secure it here and remove the cables? You can just attach it there. Nikolai, you aren't going to need the wire tie. So, also you can use it to remove the slack of the cable harness, cables that have been routed. Copy that. And Nikolai, underneath your right hand. But I have removed one of them from the mini RSA unit, and then the other one, where is it? It is secured on the base panel. Where is it? It's on my side, so go ahead and remove it and put it in the adapter. So, mini RSA should be untethered from the adapter. Is that correct? Well, it should be deployed, right? But not the base panel. But, Sergey, do you copy? The two tethers should be attached to... Go ahead and remove the manual actuator. First, it should have two tethers on it. Stand by. We are not asking about the manual actuator. We are asking about the tether that's going from the mini RSA unit to the adapter. Do we keep it here, or is it removed? No, it should be removed. Okay, removed. And where does it go? Go ahead and hook it on me. So I have two tethers now. And they are attached to the manual actuator on the other side. Okay, copy. You need to remove all of the tethers from the hardware. So you should have 3 tethers. So we have one more left. Is that the one that should be attached to the satellite? Yes, and it says Parus here. Okay, I see it. Okay, we've gone up a bit. Крылок bag is here. That's right. Sergey, just to check once again. Are you here? Yes, I'm here. Take a look at this. We have removed the wire tie from the mini RSA unit.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 51 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. They are wrapping up work and with the installation of the mini radar synthetic aperture device on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. Once this is complete, the next step and the last major task planned for the spacewalk today is the installation of a deployment mechanism in which there is a solar sail nanosatellite called Parus, which is the Russian word for sail. That deployment device basically will have a manual actuator that will pop open the top of this device and allow the nanosatellite to be spring ejected.
On the unit. Okay, copy.
This satellite is designed to collect data on solar sail technology. Once again, earlier in the day, the external radiator on Naoka that was installed during a Russian spacewalk back in May, first launched as part of the payload complement on the Rosviet module on the STS-132 mission in May of 2010, was isolated from the rest of the cooling system on Naoka when Kononenko and Chubb configured a number of valves to shut off any possibility of the flow of additional coolant into that external radiator that is a backup radiator system designed to handle heat rejection for payloads in the multipurpose laboratory module. The bulk of the cooling capability for Naoka comes in body-mounted radiators that the module was launched with. After the steps were taken to isolate the external radiator from the cooling reservoir for Naoka, Kononenko made his way towards the leak site where the coolant leak on that radiator first began on October 9th, and noticed essentially a pooling of coolant at what is presumed to be the leak site. He was taking detailed photo documentation of that leak site area and the resulting residual coolant that was pooled in that area, possibly disturbed by the opening and closing of valves to isolate the radiator itself. Some of that coolant escaped from the leak site in the form of flakes of coolant that made its way towards Kononenko, some of which got on one of his safety tethers, some which drifted in the vicinity of his suit. His suit was wiped down with towels, and the safety tether was removed, one of several safety tethers used to secure a crew member during a spacewalk. It was placed in a bag and will be left outside the International Space Station.
Also, can you tie up some of the cable slack? Let's see. So I'm holding the manual actuator in one hand. Can you please attach it? What about the second one? Does it go in the same place? Well, will it be too much? There are two, and then the third one can just go here. Here. Okay, you can attach it right there. Okay, I'm handing it over. Did you get it? Yes, got it. Sergey, were you asking something? Please check if you can remove some of the cable slack. Well, I guess we could do it here, but where would it go? Well, yes, we could do that. We could tie it up right here. There is some space if you go up. Let go. All right, so we had 5.
Олег Дмитриевич, Николай.
Oleg, Nikolai? Go ahead. We had a quick dropout, so I was saying that, yes, we got that. So we had 5 wire ties on the RSA unit, and 4 of them are now secured on the cable of the unit, and another one is used to secure the cables that were disconnected from the connectors. Did you copy? Copy. Nikolai, let's put this piece of fabric into a kryluk bag. Okay. Well, I think we are done here. Parus is now attached to me, so you can go ahead and release it now. Are there any that are not used? No, not on this side. Okay, so I can just carry it on myself. No, I'm gonna get this one now. All right, you can move over here. That's it. You can untether it. But the way it looks, it is strange as if it's going through the inside. Okay, is it mine? Yes. Is it wrapped around it or not? Let's check. It's not this one. It's a different thread. Okay, it's done. Yes, stand by. I'm holding it. Okay, good. Okay. What else can we put into kryluk bag? I guess we could put away the tethers here. Why not? Oleg, Nikolai, this is Moscow. Go ahead. EVA elapsed time is 5 hours 00 minutes. Copy. That's fine. Should we remove the Parus hardware or not? Yes, go ahead and do that. Okay, one of the tethers is attached to me. Is it going to be hitting against anything here? Is it adjustable? Say again? Please attach adjustable tether on the Parus. Yes, we'll get it done, but it's going to be right in front of my face then.
This is Mission Control Houston. As you heard from the Russian flight controllers through the interpreter, we've passed the 5-hour mark in today's spacewalk, now at 5 hours 1 minute. And Kononenko and Chub continue working efficiently outside of the International Space Station at the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, having been working recently over the past hour or so with the installation of a mini radar system on a payload deployment mechanism and a payload attachment system on the body of Naoka, not far from the external radiator that leaked on October 9th and which was isolated through a series of valve configurations as the main objective of today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts now will turn their attention to the installation of a deployment device on a handrail on Naoka, in which is the Parus solar sail nanosatellite, which will be spring ejected and its sails unfurled to be able to provide data back to Russian flight controllers on solar sail technology.
Were you saying that once we're done with Parus, we're standing by for the panel deployment? But I'm going to wait here. Well, actually, you need to deploy the adapter panel to a 90-degree angle beneath the base panel. All right, copy that. So that's the task that remains. And Nikolai, is it going to be on your side? Yes. Can you do it on your own? Yes, I can. Also, sunrise coming up in 8 minutes. Copy. I am on the actuator side, and Nikolai is on the base panel side. Yes, I am at the base panel, starting deployment. Copy. The base panel is at 90 degrees. It is deployed. The upper stop is installed. The lower stop is installed, and I have checked that it is attached securely. And you also need to install two inaudible. That's what I'm saying. That's already installed, and I checked that they're secure. Copy, Nikolai. Everything is nominal with their attachment. Okay, you're going to move up slowly. Stand by. First, I'm going to go down.
A view from Oleg Kononenko's helmet camera as the International Space Station flies in darkness over Saudi Arabia, moving from southwest and northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Please move on to plane 3. Okay. Well, I even let it go, but still it's here. Oleg Nikolai. This is Moscow. Go ahead. The telemetry shows that all the cables are mated correctly. Say again? They are connected correctly. Okay, well, that's great news. Yes, great news indeed. And now you are going to proceed towards Parus hardware. Thank you, Sergey. Moving forward. All right. The solar panel, and we should go down some more. This area is tricky. It is hard to translate in certain order. Mini RSA hardware didn't even freeze or anything. Well, that's great. I guess we were warming it up with our breath. and warm. Is it deploying already?
Осторожно, там у нас двигатели.
Careful. Be careful.
Двигатели не касаться скафандрами.
Make sure that your spacesuits do not touch the motors. Well, actually, we are past them already. Copy.
Выйдите на третью плоскость.
As soon as you get to plane 3, please let me know.
Будет раскрываться.
And also the mini RSA unit will be deploying at that time. I am at plane 3 already, and I'm making way for my commander here.
Так, вот ты ниже полез, да? Да, я сейчас спущусь ниже.
Nikolai, are you going to go down some? Yes, I'll move down.
Мешает все это капитально. Сейчас, секундочку.
One by one. So.
Ну давай, я ближе.
I am closer, so let me do it.
Ну, снять ее.
You need to release it. This one? Yes.
Ага.
Okay.
Вот обратил внимание, развороты телом здесь гораздо проще, чем...
Have you noticed that turning here is much easier than in Hydrolab? You can just push yourself away with your hands, and it's just easier. Yes, many things are easy here. Yes, there isn't that much resistance, and it's easier, but harder in other ways. And I am already below it. Is it fine? Yes, it's fine. I'm moving also. And FP3 is right here. Well, are you exercising now? Sure.
Так, у нас Сергей.
Sergey, is Konstantin getting ready?
Вижу окна закрыты, открыты.
I see the windows. They open, close, open, but I don't see Konstantin.
Сколько? Вперед, позови.
Sergey, please call Konstantin to make sure that he's ready for photography.
Так, мне еще тут мини обходить, да?
And should I go around the mini RSA also?
Вижу сверху.
Да, Коль, передали Константину.
Yes, Nikolai, we passed it on.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо.
With the work with the mini radar synthetic aperture system now complete, its installation on a payload adapter having been accomplished, next up is the installation of a deployment device on a handrail on Naoka, from which this solar sail technology nanosatellite called Parus will be spring ejected.
Okay, I closed it. I'm here at 43. I believe I need 4340, right?
4340.
I believe so. I am at 4360. So I need to continue translating. Yes, you still have a distance to cover. Then you'll see the antenna there. Be careful. Yes. Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for Konstantin. Here is the panel somewhere right here. 4340 must be here. Here, close to my knee. Isn't that the one? 4340, yes, here it is. Okay. I need to move down somehow. Where did you see Kostya? No, actually, I didn't see him. Oh, he's maybe asleep. Or having his meal. So far, he keeps silent. Okay, the shutters are still down. Copy. Would you like me to open it? Yes, go ahead and open it. Okay, that's in work. Should I open number 9? Yes. Okay. I am in place. Okay, Kostya, now we can see you. What's written here?
Николай.
Nikolai? Yes?
А ты расположился возле кольцевых поручней, да?
So, did you position yourself next to the circular handrail? I am next to handrails 3112. Oh, never mind. 4312, 4313.
Да.
How copy?
Хорошо.
Copy loud and clear. All okay.
Так,
Okay.
установлен.
Installed.
Что-то мне как-то сомнение вызывает. Он не попадет никуда, а?
Hopefully it won't get anywhere. Where can it get? Station Moscow, Space to Ground 1.
Как ты видишь траекторию его? Костя.
Kostya?
Костя опять нету. Где Костя?
Kostya, he got lost again. Where is Kostya?
Николай, пока отдохните.
Nikolai, please have some rest in the meantime. Kostya is MLM. Let me just translate.
Вверх пойдет.
Where do you plan to translate? Sergey?
Установлен на замке.
Installed it on the and locked.
Да, файл можно отцепить.
Can we unhook the tether? Yes, you can do that, but don't do anything else.
А что я могу с ним?
What else? What can I do with it?
Ничего.
Nothing. Station Moscow, Space to Ground 1 for Konstantin.
Куда пойдет?
Regarding activation of a Sony camcorder.
Костя, ты уже нас видишь?
Kostya, can you see us?
Мы его сейчас вызываем.
We are trying to call him right now.
Видит, Маш.
Yeah, well, he's waving, so he can see us.
Где он?
Space to Ground 1.
Вообще не вижу. Вон,
Do you see window 9? Yes. Well, we want to ask you about the camcorder activation. Is it work in progress? Yes, I finished the activation of MLM.
Олег Дмитриевич,
My question is, we have one SSC on and its power source. There is no... Should I follow radiogram? What should I do?
а сейчас будем работать с парусом.
SSC is on, and what else is on?
понятно. Вот
And its power source is also on. Copy, give me a minute.
Олег Дмитриевич, повторите.
And
я пока что
I'll clarify this. But our request is please prepare the camcorder because literally in 11 minutes we do have the TV session regarding Paris. Camcorder is ready. You are going to check it out. I just need to understand how to position it. I copy you. Okay, I'll answer your question on SSC and power source in a minute.
Да, но что-то вот эта антенна
Yes, about this antenna.
близко испортит. Может, не, он вверх пойдет, может, нет.
5 hours, 21 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. We are standing by for two events to happen. One, the unfurling of the panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture device that was installed on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module by the two cosmonauts a short time ago. That should be followed in fairly rapid succession with the deployment of a nanosatellite for solar sail technology called Parus. That device, the nanosatellite, is in a deployment mechanism that has been attached to a handrail on Naoka. The deployment device will be detached once the satellite is on its way.
Okay. Let's do it right here. It's not ideal yet.
Олег Дмитриевич,
Oleg,
Да.
go ahead.
вы разместились, правильно?
So you are in the position, right?
Ну да, спиной к СМу.
Yes, my back is facing service model, and I'm looking at Nicola. Please repeat.
Зеленый светодиод питания наблюдаете?
Do you see the green power LED? Yes?
Горит постоянно.
Is it illuminated and steady? Yes. Okay, copy. Okay, now I'm hooking to the ring, right? Right.
Пока чеку не выдергиваем.
Oleg, do not pull out the pin yet. Yes, I connect. I'm tethered to the ring. Okay. Not by the cable. Okay.
Пока чеку не выдергиваем.
Do not pull out the pin yet. I already have. So I only have to push the trigger. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, okay. Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for Konstantin. Okay, Kostya. About the camera position, there is a radiogram on installation, and it has the description of the view. Try to get as close to that figure that you can see on the last page. Yes, but we talked with the EVA crew that the satellite will be flying back and to the left. Are you receiving the video? Yes. And based on what we see, we are not happy with this angle. We need to set it to give us the view as described in the radiogram. Yes. Oleg, what's the temperature? Comfortable? I like it. Okay. Copy.
Сергей, а на форме яичня не раскрывали?
Sergey, did you open? Inaudible. No, not yet. All our attention is now on the satellite. Oleg, did you remove the pin? Is it time to do it?
The conversation you're hearing are the steps being taken prior to the deployment of the Parus nanosatellite out of its deployment device that is attached to a handrail on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
We are standing by for Konstantin. I saw him. I believe he is ready with the camera. No, he is setting the camera. He is setting the right view and getting the camera ready. Kostya, if you can copy me, leave it exactly the way it is now. Don't do anything else. Okay, that's the position, and that's how you'll see what you want to see. I copy you. Kostya, we have a request. Lowered a little bit so that we could see some space and we can see the Earth, not just the model. Okay, just like this. This is much better. Now keep it this way. Please, for now, keep it like this, okay? And for how long shall we wait for the camera to be set? Okay, Costa, copy. Keep the camera in this position. Do not touch it anymore. Okay, agreed. Oleg, Nikolai? Yes?
Коль, у тебя камера включена?
Nikolai, is your camera on? Affirmative. I see red LED. The camera is on.
Все, принято.
Copy all. So video is ready. Oleg, you are going to remove the pin. In work, removing the pin. Station Moscow, and space to ground 1 for Konstantin. Yes, go ahead. Kostya, we have a request. As soon as the launch will occur, if you'll be able to follow it, in other words, do some tilting. Right now, keep it as is, but as soon it will start flying, follow it with the camera. Now, guys, EV crew, monitor the yellow LED. Copy, yellow LED. Okay. Open the retainer. Sergey, let me put the cover in place. Okay, it's now in place. So the retainer is not on my side, right? No, it's on the handle. You see the big one. Okay, I see it. I put it in the right position. Copy. Okay, the trigger of the launch mechanism towards yourself. Launch. Okay. Kostya, the launch is about to happen. Be careful. Okay, it's open. Copy. It came out a little bit, but there is no jettison. Do you need help? Oleg, pull the cover towards yourself. Pulling. It looks like the spring was impacted by the temperature. I'm shaking it. All right. Here it comes. Do I need to push it? No? Beautiful. I can see it coming out. I can see the launch. Yes, we are monitoring it. Right now, we are doing the video shoot as we requested. Okay. Where are the panels? Will they deploy? Or would it happen later? In 5 minutes after launch, it will start deploying.
The Parus solar sail technology satellite deployed at 5 hours 31 minutes into the spacewalk at 6:20 p.m. Central Time. As the International Space Station flew over the Central Pacific Ocean.
We want to monitor the satellite from the ground. Yes, just like this. Okay, just like this. We can see it. Oleg, if it's convenient for you, please turn the camera on to record everything. That's your chest camera. I don't see the red LED anymore.
Красиво на солнце поигрывает.
It's shining beautifully under the sun rays. Yes.
На солнце красиво.
Yes, it is a beautiful view under the sun.
Вы наблюдаете за спутником.
I keep monitoring. In the meantime, we begin to deploy mini ERSA monoblock. Okay.
Так, ну я, наверное, камеру уже выключу.
Then I'll turn the camera off, right?
По крайней мере, беру, потому что мне так не уворачивается рука.
Well, at least I'll try, because it's hard for me to reach it with my hand. Is it chasing us?
Начала движение.
Okay, main inertia started movement. Copy.
Дмитриевич, а можете
Oleg,
поднять голову повыше, чтобы мы спутники...
can you lift your head up so you will not be blocking the view?
Нормально?
Is it okay now?
Да, хорошо.
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Again, this is the Parus nanosatellite for solar sail technology that was spring ejected from a deployment mechanism on a handrail on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. The solar sail arrays, if you will, are scheduled to deploy automatically in about a minute and a half or so.
Сейчас изображение видно, пишут.
Do you see the video now? Are you recording?
Сейчас видим.
Yes.
Что там с лидером?
What about the monoblock? Mini ERSA is in the process of deployment. Yes, the panel is deployed. One panel. Just one? Yes, so far.
While this is going on, that conversation refers to the panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture system that was installed on a payload adapter on Naoka about an hour or so ago. The panel segments are slowly deploying as planned.
Коля, are you watching? Station Moscow, space to ground one. Moscow station. Yes, Kostya, go ahead and space to ground one. I am trying to ensure that you have a view of both the module and the satellite, but I can only see the satellite. Shall I keep it as is? No, well, I'm looking back to EVA. I'm looking at the monoblock panel, and I don't see it fully deployed.
Там последовательность, пауза, не открывается последующий.
Yes, I cannot confirm the full deployment of the panel. I see it, both panels are next to each other. We saw the movement, how it was unfolding.
Коль, а можешь поснимать спутник,
Nikolai,
как он будет раскрывать свои панели?
Can you take video of the satellite panel deployment? I do not see the satellite right now. Well, it's right behind you. Okay.
Коля, повернись вот в эту позу, как я стою, смотри.
Nikolai, can you turn the way I'm positioned? Yes, just like this. We can see the monobook right now. And please keep this same angle. Okay.
И вот он сразу тебя сейчас будет.
Standing by. Okay.
Не видно?
Can you see it? No. No, I didn't manage yet. Okay, that's where it is.
Не знаю, мне кажется, не получится.
I'm not sure I will be able to do a good video session.
А сколько осталось до раскрытия?
How much time is left before deployment?
Раскрытие сейчас узнаю.
Stand by.
Ну, кураторы говорят, что уже должен по идее раскрыться.
The curators are saying that it should be deployed by now.
Я тебе еще раз пошли.
Sergey, one more time.
Про спутник говорим.
No. I'm sorry. I was talking about mini RSA, but you're talking about the satellite. Mini RSA is not deployed yet.
Не, ничего не раскладывай.
No, nothing is being deployed.
Спутники тоже, да, как был кубиком.
Neither.
Не раскрывается ничего.
Nothing is being deployed. Station Moscow, space to ground one. For Konstantin.
All right, let's try and make it closer as much as possible. All right.
Олег Дмитриевич.
Oleg,
Да.
we see it really clearly.
Приступим к демонтажу
Oleg,
устройства.
let's start with the uninstallation of the jettisoning device.
Нажать на red.
All right, here is the
5 hours, 42 minutes into the spacewalk, a very good view of the Parus nanosatellite for solar cell technology data collection. The two sail-type wings should have deployed by now and have not, as you can see in this view from station cameras.
Костя, все снял?
Russian flight controllers also waiting for the unfurling of the panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture device that was installed on the Naoka module a short time ago.
Коль, нет еще, я
Nikolai, stand by. Not ready yet, and we cannot understand what you're saying. I am on space to ground 1, and I am following your EVA with the cameras. All right, sounds good.
Костя, сейчас из поля зрения у нас объект ушел. Можешь еще его поймать? О, отлично.
All right. This is a great view. Oleg, this is Nikolai. Go ahead.
Мини-САР открыла еще одну панель.
Mini RSA opened up one more panel. Copy, that's good news.
So another panel on the radar system that was installed has unfurled. No joy yet for the nanosatellite.
3 motors activated.
Пришло раскрытие третьей панели.
All right, panel 3, one more time. Okay. And the satellite has left the observation area. Copy. Okay, it's back up again. Back again. And the antenna has not been deployed and opened. Has not been opened yet. Oleg, Nikolai. Go ahead.
Сейчас ожидаем раскрытие четвертой панели.
We're standing by for the deployment of panel 4 of the mono unit RSA.
Закрепим его.
Then it will be secured to unintelligible, and we're going to leave it there. How do you want us to secure it even more securely? It is currently very secured with 2 tethers. Stand by, let me find out. Nikolai, let's get close and check. Well, it is a struggle to translate here. And I mean dragging the crew lock bag and everything. Oleg, so we're going to get this mobile ring this way or the other? Okay, hold on. Let us get to that mobile ring the right way.
To recap, 3 out of the 4 panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture device have unfurled, standing by for further word from the Russian flight controllers on the 4th and final panel. Meanwhile, this view of the Parus nanosatellite that has yet to deploy its solar sail.
Mini RSA has been deployed, so you will need to get to the attachment fixture now, and you can start movement. Copy. Translating. So what about Usi? Was it convenient to move there? I didn't go there. I was above it.
Экипаж НКС, по Москве в канале СГ-1 для Константина. Принято, да, Кость, спасибо большое, что сопровождал объект, прям шикарно мы его видели. Все, тогда мы тебя на этой работе отпускаем.
Понял, хорошо, камеру включаю, спасибо.
Да, тебе спасибо.
Так, здесь мы идем вверх.
All right, we're going up from here, right? Correct.
Сначала нужно будет спуститься.
First of all, you need to go down the cone and unintelligible.
This view now of the orange-colored panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture device that was installed on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module about an hour and a half ago. It appears as if all of the panels have deployed. We're still standing by for final confirmation of that from the Russian flight controllers.
Yeah. But just be careful walking and translating. All right, look, I'm on handrail 42 and intelligible. This is where I am translating currently. Below the handrail, from below. On space to ground 2. How do you copy? This is Konstantin. We'll read you loud and clear. Stand by, let me turn around. That's the most convenient location. How are you there? And there I am. Oleg, are you ahead of us? Yes. And I'm at the Strela boom. And I am on the handrails. Oleg, go ahead.
Да, слушаю.
Go ahead. Please stand by.
This is Mission Control Houston. As we approach the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, the major tasks have been completed. The isolation of an external radiator that leaked coolant back on October 9th. That external radiator has been isolated from the rest of Naoka's cooling system.
Would you be able to identify unintelligible? Identify what, Sergey?
The two cosmonauts then pressed ahead with the installation of a payload adapter upon which a mini radar synthetic aperture science device was mounted and its panels unfurled.
Let me check.
And the deployment of a nanosatellite designed to gather data on solar sail technology. The only problem is that the sails themselves, as you can see in this view, as it sails away from the International Space Station, those sails did not deploy as planned. They were expected to unfurl about 5 minutes after it spring ejected from a deployment mechanism. Those sails have yet to unfurl.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 panels are opened. 4, 3, 2, and 1. They're all lined up in one line. So if there is anything, if there is an issue, then probably it's going to be only in the center one. Well, we see it on our end as well. So you need to get back to the monoblock and fix that.
Russian flight controllers confirming that the 4 panels on that radar system have unfurled. They're checking the alignment of those panels.
The launching unit and just go there with without all the items that we're carrying. And then, yes, just have the manual actuator. So tell me what we're going to need from the crew log bag. From the crew log bag, you're going to need a reel. Well, we can, and don't waste time. Well, and the bundle, and you will need to leave the and take the bundle with you. And well, it's really slowing us down. We're not going to waste more time securing it. Well, the reel may not be useful because you probably would be able to reach. But the mini RSI is not too far. So you can actually move along the mobile ring and see how it is secured.
Мокрый за счет теплоносителя.
And be careful about with the tethers that may be that may have some of the residue on them. And Sergey, of the coolant on them. Sergey, where do you want us to secure the crew lock bag and the drive? To the cargo Strela boom. Okay, I understand. But you're taking the crew lock bag with you. Well, if we do not need the reel, why do you want me to take the crew lock bag? Guys, we're going to be able to decide whether it is needed or not needed only when we're at place. And if you don't need it, then it's good. But if you do... All right. Nikolai, fine. Just take the reel, attach it to yourself, and go. And where did you leave the satellite? I secured it to unintelligible. And it's going to be really uncomfortable for you to reconnect here. Okay, how is the satellite? Pretty good now. And the launch unit or deployment unit? Okay. So? Okay, it's scanning here.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are at the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. A clarification now from the Russian flight controllers on the unfurling of the 4 panels for the mini radar system with the synthetic aperture that was installed on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module earlier in today's EVA.
Let me move forward a little
2 of the panels, panels 1 and 2, partially deployed, panels 3 and 4 fully deployed. So the 2 cosmonauts will make their way back to that synthetic aperture radar system and manually attempt to straighten out and fully deploy the 2 panels that are reported to be partially deployed. So far, we have not heard anything further on the deployment of the sails on that nanosatellite that was spring ejected from a deployment mechanism on a Naoka handrail a short time ago. They were supposed to have unfurled about 5 minutes after its deployment. They did not unfurl as planned. And we do not expect any other tasks to be attempted during today's spacewalk. Once the cosmonauts take a shot at fully deploying 2 of the 4 panels on the radar system, they will call it a day and begin to gather their tools and equipment and make their way back to the Poisk airlock, where they will wipe down their Orlan suits and tools with towels that will be bagged so that no particular particulate contamination can be introduced back into the airlock from the work that they did earlier in inspecting and isolating valves for the external radiator that developed a leak back on October 9th.
Go ahead, Sergey. PD is 6 hours, precisely. All right. Nikolai, do you see? I can't really tell where the Strela is and where what is located. It's to the left. And then there is the fringe from the Strela.
Оно? Надо отогнать бы это все дело вообще. Вот вы сейчас проходите вперед, а я на себя. Вот у меня здесь.
And I have this little fringe here. Let me secure it to you.
This view once again of the mini radar system with the synthetic aperture that was installed. 2 of the 4 panels fully deployed, panels 1 and 2 partially deployed. The cosmonauts will make their way back to that area to see whether they can assist in straightening out or fully deploying the other 2 panels on that radar aperture system.
And we need to secure it to something. Well, it's secured there already. And the fringe. A large hook goes onto the ring. Where are you? I'm right in front of you. All right, pull a little bit. That's a small ring. And which one should we? This one. Nope. It's not the right side. It is a ring. Well, but when we are securing and unsecuring a... Okay, here we go. Good. And, okay, we brought so much stuff with us, and we don't have one thing that we need. All right. Got this lock.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, Kononenko and Chub now 6 hours, 6 minutes into their spacewalk, wrapping things up. The first task was for the 2 cosmonauts to configure a series of valves to isolate the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that developed a leak of its coolant back on October 9th. They did so, isolating that external radiator, which is used for backup for science payloads in the future in Naoka. The primary cooling for the module itself comes from the body radiators that are wrapped around the module that it launched with back in 2010, before the external radiator was deployed, moved from the Rassvet module, which it was launched on in 2010, to the Naoka module during an earlier spacewalk in May of this year. Kononenko did an up-close and personal photo documentation of the area where the leak occurred back on October 9th and detected a bubble of coolant that had formed at the leak site, possibly perturbated by the valve operations that could have changed pressure in the area or some other circumstance that caused a bubble of coolant to form. The resulting bubble spewed some flakes of coolant in his direction. Some got on one of his safety tethers, which was removed and placed in a bag not to be brought back inside the station.
There we are.
He wiped down his suit, as he will again, along with Chube, before they re-enter the Poisk module to wrap up the spacewalk. Other mitigating work will be conducted after the repressurization of the airlock, including the activation of an air filtration system that would also be used to remove any trace contaminant particulate that may still reside in the airlock as a result of any flakes of coolant that were liberated from the leak site on the external radiator.
How it is secured, and if it is secured, well, that
the two cosmonauts installed a device called a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture to a payload adapter on Naoka. Then there's a good view. 2 of the 4 panels fully deployed. There's apparently 1 panel that is partially deployed. The 2 cosmonauts are going to try to assist in unfurling that first of the 4 panels on the radar system.
So, are you going to be...
and they installed a deployment mechanism on a handrail on Naoka, from which a nanosatellite called the Parus satellite, Parus, the Russian word for sail, was spring ejected. Its solar sails were supposed to have deployed about 5 minutes after its deployment, and the last time we saw the satellite, those sails had not deployed, and we have received no confirmation from Russian flight controllers that they did in fact deploy.
All right, we've been using the upper row of handrails.
Should I hold it or hand it over to you? Hold it? So should we move below the radiator on the mobile link? Well, actually, you can go over it, you can go above if that works best for you. Well, I think that would be better because that's what we use for translation. All right, your go to do that. Well, it got stuck. What is it, Nikolai? Am I holding on to something or not? Let me check. I don't see it yet. I think it's flipped over. No, nothing is holding you. What do you need? Where do you need it? Well, your helmet is pushing against one of the handrails on the radiator. Is my helmet against it? And that's mine. Let me move. Should I move on top here? And should I swap tethers? Because one of your tethers is left far behind. No, that's fine. Okay. The helmet. What I mean is that, what if we move along the radiator? Would it not work? Should I turn around so that my legs are facing it? No, it's fine. You can just keep moving like that with your head facing that way. So should we move up now? Well, I think we're supposed to move down first and then up, because we can't really move up because the era control panel is in the way. Well, you are supposed to move up now. Relative to your body position, you should move up. Can you please pull on the tether? Yes, I'll get it done now. Okay, it's done. It's pulled through. Let me check. Okay, you're busted now. And it is really narrow here. Oleg, Nikolai, this is Moscow. Go ahead. You're almost there. I understand that you're tired at this point. But please be careful. We are being careful. Who told you that we're not? And do not go around it. All right, so am I going to go above then? On top here? Yes. Should I go down? No. No need to do so. Did you say something? No. Shall I move on? Yes. Move forward. You just have to move.
A bit difficult to discern, but the cosmonauts are in the vicinity of the payload adapter where the mini radar system with a synthetic aperture is deployed. 2 of the 4 panels fully deployed. It is believed that a 3rd panel also fully deployed. Panel 1 appeared to be partially deployed, and so the cosmonauts, as the final task for today's spacewalk, will try to coax that 4th and final panel into its full deployment configuration.
Do you know that the flexible handrail, which was supposed to be installed between 4128 and 4129, is not installed correctly? How is installed? Okay. Okay. Understand. Inaudible. I didn't copy. If we install it in the correct configuration, that would be best. Yeah, we would be really grateful. Nikolai, no need to do so. Okay, I guess we can get it on the way back. Okay, so I have almost reached the work site, but I can't see anything. Yes, we're still at Eclipse Pass, so I don't see anything. Okay. Sergey, look, here's what I see. Between the base panel and the first panel after the base panel, the angle is 90 degrees. The same angle, actually a 180 angle is between 1 and 2, between 2 and 3. It is inaudible. So the angle between 2 and 3 is not 180, it is approximately 160, so it is slightly at an angle. This is exactly what we need to correct. Okay. So we're going to do what we practiced, and I'm going to use the range, correct? Right. Yes. We're going to reach it. I just need some room here. I think you need to swap tethers and move away from there. Use 4559. Okay. Let me position myself.
Видно плохо. Ну, сейчас, да.
Sergey, I'm tethered on handrail 4113 using fixed length tether, and also on the handrail 4142. Copy. I'm gonna try to reach there in this configuration, and if I can't, then I'm gonna reconfigure. Okay. Well, overall, I could reach there. However, I need to use different handrails. All right. I'd like to switch to the next handrail.
Oleg Kononenko trying to position himself as close to the area of interest being panel 1 of this mini radar system with the synthetic aperture, so he can assist manually in attempting to straighten out panel 1 of 4 panels on this radar device.
Sergey, can I hold on to the striped handrails on the panels? Say again? Yes, Nikolai, here you go. You can hold on to the striped handrails. Copy.
And Nikolai Chub now taking a turn at straightening out that panel.
It is open, however, it doesn't get locked. It goes back. Are you saying it cannot be locked in place? Did you copy? No, I don't see it. So it is fully open now? Do you need some inertia? Let's see what's going on there. Is it the part with the locks or not? Nikolai, please repeat. What mechanism should I use to lock this panel in place? Should I use the pins? Yes, the pins should be used to lock the panel in the open position. Can you see it? Are they there? I can see that you're pulling it to open, but it moves back, and it just slide it again.
Принято, ожидай, выдадим тебе узон эту тему. Теперь возвращаясь к вопросу.
Nikolai, can you fold it in slightly and check out the pins if they came out or not? Yes, Sergey. What I suggest is the following. The fixed line tether will be attached on myself, and I'm going to keep my adjustable here as well. And I'm going to switch to the reel. Did you say switch to the reel? To the reel and to my adjustable, which is not far from here. Sounds good. So the reel is secured on 4569. Copy. The lock is closed. Six-length tether is removed from the handrail and attached on me, black on black. Yes, I confirm black on black. Copy. And let me get that tether. So I'll press on. Let me turn it. The locks are different here on the pins.
Nikolai Chub continuing to attempt to fully unfurl panel 1 of the 4 panels on the mini radar system.
Are locked. But the panel didn't get there. And the locks have the following structure. I think this is panel 3. There are still pins, but they're not rounded. They're square. And panel 2, it looks as if they have a cradle and they go in there from the top, I guess. Can you point the cameras closer to the locks? On the right or on the left? Which one do you want? Whichever lock you're looking at, the one that's closest to you. On the right from your arm. Can you see it? Yes, just like that. Yes. I have a feeling that the mountain seats have a trigger mechanism that should engage a latch. The latch is disengaged. This is what I see on all of the 3 locks. Visually, can you assess if the latch is out or not? Yes, that's what I'm saying. It is disengaged. It's out. And on the left, the latches on all of the 3 locks are out. I can push it back in. Can I do that? Yes. Can you try that? I'll give it a try for sure. But I'm not sure if it's going to work out or not. Sergey, I'm going to hold the cable bundle with just one finger. Otherwise, I'm not just going to reach there. Oleg? Go ahead. Try to hold Nikolai's feet. No need to do so. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because I'm going to get additional momentum like that. The springs are quite nice here.
Six and a half hours into the spacewalk, Nikolai Chub continuing his efforts to try to fully deploy one of the 4 panels on the synthetic aperture radar system that was installed on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module several hours ago.
Inaudible. Here. Yay. First one is open. First latch open. Excellent, Nikolai. Move on to the second one. Just to reiterate, all of them are closed. Now in closed possession. I'm going to have issues with latch number 3 for sure, because inaudible. Okay, I got it. Latch number 2. Darn it. It's inaudible. And then the third one is not moving. I haven't touched it yet, but it's not moving.
Коль, значит, 2-й, 3-й на полную, да, они вышли?
Nikolai, can we confirm that 2 and 3 are fully out? Yes, for 2 and 3, number 1 is open.
Tube is continuing work to try to secure a series of latches that would securely and fully deploy the fourth of 4 panels for this synthetic radar aperture system.
Can you confirm standby for now? Let's see if you can help us. Of course, it would be great to have a small screwdriver. We could give it a try. Nikolai, we have 5 minutes to give it another try, and if it doesn't work out, you're going to close out. Copy. Nikolai? Go ahead. Stand down. Stand down with lock engagement. Sergey, can you please wait? Just wait and let me do what I'm supposed to be doing. Using the safety ring from the range, I was able to get into the opening there and to open it up a bit. If you want the panel to be fully deployed, then wait. Well, it is possible that it would be locked with just one lock. Well, the other locks will not allow it to close. So it's going to be installed askew. Is it nominal? Even if it's closed, it's going to be offset, but I don't think it's going to get closed. Inaudible. Nikolai?
Николай.
Nikolai. Nikolai.
Давай.
Nikolai.
Да,
Go ahead.
Все, заканчиваем с этой операцией.
All right, finish it up.
ну и что мы делаем? Оставляем
And
его
what should I do?
в раскрытом положении?
Should I just keep it in the not fully open position? That's your decision. We're coming up on an LOS now. We'll try to open the panel using just one lock. But the time is really up now. Okay, copy that.
Пробуй поворачивать панели и закрывать ее на одном замке.
Try to turn the panels and lock them
Да, я услышал, я
on one lock.
перехожу для того, чтобы...
Yes, I copy that.
Так, мне неудобно. Так, мне неудобно.
Не получается?
Сейчас я ключ достаю.
So can you manage? Hold on, I'm retrieving the wrench.
Нет.
No. No, Joy.
Коль, а рукой если помочь.
Nikolai, can you help with your hand? Will it do any good? Please repeat. Can you do it manually? Nikolai, can you copy me? Yes, I can copy you. No, this will not work either. Okay. All right, then take the wrench and let's leave this area. Copy. We lost video for the time being, so please report.
Я возвращаюсь обратно.
I'm going back to the handrails. Copy.
Перехожу на наш протокол страховки.
Go into our safety protocol. Okay. We are proceeding with our protocol. Copy. Now let's go to MRM2.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 43 minutes into the spacewalk. Nikolai Chub gave it the old college try, repeatedly attempting to latch in place the fourth of 4 panels on the mini radar synthetic aperture system that unfurled a short time ago following the radar system's installation on a payload adapter on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. One of the 4 panels did not fully deploy, and so efforts were made by Chub to try to coax it into place and latch it down. Those efforts were not successful, so the crew has been instructed to close everything out, take inventory of their tools and tethers and other equipment, and start to make their way back to the Poisk airlock.
Shall we start translating from here? I mean, well, almost from the from below. Yes, right. Oleg, go ahead. When you reach the gap spanner, try to reach a foot restraint and try to remove more slack on the safety tether. I can't copy you well. What do you want me to try? While on the gap spanner, try to remove more slack. All right, but I'll try to translate here below. On the lower part, as far as I remember, is already taken care of. There is no slack remaining. If you try to hook to a different handrail, so it would be more rigid. Oleg and Nikolai, we had a brief LOS. Yes. Unintelligible. Oleg, please check if you can rehook to a different handrail so that you could make the mobile link more rigid. I can try to secure it to 4166 on the hull. Station Moscow, Space Ground 1 for Konstantin. And for EV crew, go to 4121. Kostya, you go to close aero PHO, MLM SU SM, and PGO SU hatches. You are go to close all those hatches. Okay, copy, and that's in work. Copy. EVA report, I believe there is no slack left. Only what we can do is form a loop around the beam. Maybe we'll rehook the mobile link itself. But maybe you can fold it because we've been extending it. Yes, that's what we will try to do. We will actually try to fold it. Or you can do the loop around the beam. I don't see where. It's to your right. Yes, that's how we can actually tighten it and make it more rigid.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're in a temporary loss of signal through our tracking and data relay satellite system. This view of the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow in the town of Korolyov, as Nikolai Chub and Oleg Kononenko begin to wrap up today's spacewalk, which is approaching 7 hours in duration. Efforts by Chub in the last 30 minutes to manually coax one of the 4 panels on the
no slack here either.
mini radar system with the synthetic aperture antenna were not successful. So the 2 cosmonauts were directed to wrap things up. The radar system is in a safe configuration, will not impact dynamic operations that are upcoming on the International Space Station, and the full deployment of that antenna on the radar system will be addressed on a future Russian spacewalk.
Removed. Now, the ring that's on the adapter, you're right now actually holding on it with your hand. Well, now that's where you can try to reconnect. You're talking about the foot restrainer ring next to the handrail?
The 2 cosmonauts spent the first half of today's spacewalk isolating an external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that developed a coolant leak back on October 9th, configuring valves to isolate that radiator from the rest of Naoka's cooling system. The major cooling for the module is governed by body radiators that are wrapped around the circumference of the module itself. So its cooling is just fine. On the primary cooling system, the external radiator serving as a backup radiator for scientific payloads.
To secure it on the handrail.
There are very few payloads inside Naoka at the moment. There will be in the future as the detailed inspection and the photographic documentation collected by Kononenko earlier in the spacewalk today will be analyzed by the specialists to try to determine a future course of action to fix the leak and refill the radiator and its cooling loops with additional coolant that will be supplied on a future cargo mission.
Because the mechanism was on
this mini radar with synthetic aperture device that was installed on a payload adapter on Naoka once again partially deployed its 4 antenna panels. One of the panels remains only partially deployed. It will be addressed on a future Russian spacewalk, but no impact at the moment to any future near-term dynamic operations. There was also the deployment of a nanosatellite called Parus the Russian word for sail is part of a solar sail experiment. Unfortunately, as of last word, the solar sail did not deploy from the nanosatellite as it was expected to some 5 minutes after its deployment. Station cameras tracked the satellite for a good 20 minutes or so until it went out of the field of view, and at that point the sail had not been deployed. So with all of that work having been completed, Kononenko and Chub are making their way back to the Poisk airlock, where they will take some extra time to
I already translated.
They will inspect, as usual, their Orlan spacesuits and the tools they use during the spacewalk to look for any signs of residual coolant and to wipe off any coolant as may be necessary. The cosmonauts also will wipe down their suits and tools after the repressurization of the Poisk airlock to further reduce the introduction of any trace contaminants into the space station environment that could have a deleterious effect on station hardware. They will activate a filtration system for about 24 hours inside the Russian segment of the station to quickly scrub out the atmosphere of any remaining traces of contaminant that might be present. As you may have seen earlier in the spacewalk, as Kononenko was near the leak site on the external radiator, there was a bubble of liquid coolant that had formed where the leak occurred. Back on October 9th, it began to spew some particles of coolant in his direction. Those particles reached one of his safety tethers that he discarded and put in a bag so that it would be left outside and not be brought back into the space station itself. So that tether remains outside, anchored to one of the handrails on the outside of the station in a bag so it can do no harm.
All right, I came closer.
So once again, Kononenko and Chub will wipe down their suits. They'll inspect each other before returning to the airlock itself. And then we'll stand by for the closing of the hatch to the Poisk airlock that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
Okay. I took the photos. What about Paris?
Олег Дмитриевич, повторите, пожалуйста.
Oleg, please repeat your question. What are we doing with Paris?
Полотенце у вас на транспортировочных фалах мобильных звено.
You have the towels on the equipment tethers, right?
Да, давайте там.
Yes, shall we leave it right there? Yes, go ahead and leave it right there.
This is Mission Control Houston. We should be reacquiring communications with the International Space Station momentarily. as we converge on the 7-hour mark in today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, the 268th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Okay.
This has been Kononenko's 6th spacewalk in his career, the first for Nikolai Chub, who arrived on the station with Kononenko and NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara just a month ago.
Oleg and Nikolai. Oh, we are not receiving video. Oh, now we started receiving it again. It's back. Nikolai, yes. I'm right here. I'm waiting for you.
Having crossed the 7-hour mark in today's spacewalk, once again we are watching the two cosmonauts, Kononenko and Chub, making their way back to the Poisk airlock to wrap up today's excursion. A good view there of Nikolai Chub from Oleg Kononenko's helmet camera. The two cosmonauts are completing a spacewalk that was largely dominated by the work to isolate an external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that incurred a coolant leak back on October 9th. It no longer is part of the cooling system on the cooling loops. It has now been isolated, awaiting further attention after engineers analyzed photo documentation that Kononenko acquired of the leak site that included a good view, an up-close and personal view of a bubble of coolant that formed where the leak first was detected back on October 9th.
I took a photo of the mobile link. Copy, Nikolai. Translate to STO. I'm on it already. Copy. Translate towards MRM2. Hold on. Let me undo the hook that that is on the ring. Okay. Now launch mechanism, крылок back. Manual drive. Yes, Nikolai is disconnecting it. Well, I'm done. Did something get entangled? Yes. And specifically, it's the Krulok bag. It's very light. And somehow it manages to get into some gaps. Okay, it's me. Okay, let's keep going. Unintelligible. Again, it gets caught. Can you pull it up? I'm trying. Okay. Now all is okay. We keep translating. Got caught again. And this time it's satellite. How about the Krulok bag? Well, of course, the Krulok bag too. Okay, Nikolai, just go ahead. Give it to me. That's the ring. Okay. Standby one. Well, because of my weight, it gets skewed. Okay. Yeah, do you see that the ring is skewed? Yes, let's try from the other side. Okay, now we're good. I think we can secure it here. Which one? The one that you removed. They are all the same. And now it's just a big mix. Well, this is the oldest. I do hope I secured it. Yes, I did. All right, we're on MRM. Copy. Did you secure the ring? Affirmative. Copy. Translate to the EV hatch. Translating. Okay, now all those things will need to be moved. I'll let you go first. Yeah, that's a good idea. Go first. And try to secure it on the circular ring. No, it will take more time. I will be undoing it and handing it to you. Okay. Am I not on your way? Or would you like me to move away? Let me reconnect your hooks to the handrail for now. Well, I am holding to it, but I'm above you. Okay. Number one is done. Yes, I'm holding. A little bit lower. I cannot reach it. Well, it's your head here. Okay. I am moving away. Yes. Let's reattach your tethers. No, I really believe that we shouldn't be doing any temporary hooks. You keep going towards the hedge, and I'll be handing it to you one by one. You'll need to wipe the suits and do the inventory. That's your next task. Understood? Let me attach it to the circular ring, circular handrail. Okay, now it's done. Okay. Are you tired? Well, we're right here. Then take the towels from the crew lock bag or the one next to the EV head. Wipe your hands and check each other for any contamination. I do not see any contamination, neither I do. Actually, I didn't have a chance to be in contact with anything. The helmet is okay. In any case, you need to wipe the gloves. That's the recommendation. Okay. Okay, you want to take it from the crew lock bag? Well, the ones that are on the crew lock bag, they're secured very well.
This is Mission Control Houston. Now 7 hours, 10 minutes into the spacewalk, the two cosmonauts are back at the Poisk airlock. But before they get back in, they'll do a detailed inspection of each other's Orlan suits and wipe down their suits and gloves and all the tools that they used during today's spacewalk to ensure that there's no trace contaminant from any of the coolant that they were exposed to during their work around the external radiator of the Naoka module that incurred a coolant leak back on October 9th.
I wiped down the gloves. Copy. So now it's your turn. Well, Nikolai, let me remove everything from this ring. All right.
Once again, both NASA and Roscosmos specialists worked very diligently over the past several weeks on mitigation procedures, implementing those procedures now to reduce any traces of coolant from entering the International Space Station that could damage internal hardware.
Launch unit. Do we want to bring it in? Oleg, go against the velocity vector, and you can jettison the towels counted to the velocity vector. Okay. That's a tight knot we made here. All right. There I am.
Once again, now that we're nearing the end of the spacewalk, before they re-enter the airlock itself, the two cosmonauts, as usual, will inspect their Orlan suits as they're about to do, and the tools used during the spacewalk, wiping off any coolant as may be necessary. The cosmonauts will also wipe down their suits after they are back inside with the hatch closed and the airlock is repressurized to further reduce the introduction of any trace contaminants into the space station environment. Additional filtration will be activated for about 24 hours inside the station to quickly scrub out the atmosphere of any remaining traces of contaminant.
I'm holding it.
And just to repeat, on the mini radar system, the aperture with the synthetic aperture antenna, 3 out of the 4 panels fully deployed, a 4th panel only partially deployed, but the preliminary analysis from the Russian specialists indicate that that will have no impact on future dynamic operations, including the upcoming U.S. spacewalk on Monday, October 30th, by Jasmine Mogbelli and Laurel O'Hara.
We cannot untie the wire tie. It is tied extremely tightly to the towel. So 45 degrees counter velocity vector, is that right? Shall we jettison it with the wire tie? With the wire tie or not? Sergey. And it's going against the velocity vector. 30 degrees. Sergey, should I wipe down my gear as well and jettison the towel? Yep. All right. Wipe down the gloves and jettison it as well. I copy. Wipe down the feet. Between the toes? No, not between the toes. That's going to be a little bit difficult. Oleg, did you jettison it yet? I did. Count velocity vector at 45-degree angle. All right. I'm in position. I hope I'm not in the way, Nikolai. No, you aren't. If you want, I can jettison it. It's all right. Let me find the movement, the right movement. Okay, there it goes. 30 degrees, counter velocity vector. Copy. Sergey, we got rid of the towels. They have been successfully jettisoned. Copy. All right, let's do the inventory. Vaqueiro is nearby. Should we?
And as reported by the cosmonauts, the towels that they used to wipe down their suits and their gloves and their tools have been jettisoned, retrograde from the station, with no chance to recontact the station in the future.
Okay. This is just a...
They're going to perform an inventory of all their hardware before they re-enter the Poisk airlock, which should be a few minutes from now.
Cartridge, so no worries about that. It's just the duration of the EVA that you have has been set to a shorter time frame. Trash bag, tool caddy, the wrench, retractable tether, ratchet wrench, small, large, red, everything's fine on my end. The camera is accounted for. 3 small reds, adjustable, and unintelligible. Oleg, you can ingress, and Nikolai is going to be handing you the hardware and the equipment. Okay? Nikolai, have you done the checks? Yes. Adjustable, 3 small, the ratchet wrench, so everything's here. Nikolai, you have 1 adjustable, 2 small reds, 2 reds and 3 small reds, right? Correct. Copy. Then Oleg, you are first to go inside, and you Nikolai, are going to hand him everything. Sounds good. Well, I decided to go the new way. First, I used to ingress with my head first. Now I'm trying the legs first. Hold on. Innovation. First time going in with my feet first. This tangled up a little bit. No, but it stopped. Let me get to a wider area. There we go. I'm going to hand it over to you. Got it? Yep. I'm ready to give you the bundles. It's kind of dark here. And really, really spacious. And that's for now. Your adjustable tether is over your left shoulder. Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 7 hours, 20 minutes into the spacewalk. We're in the home stretch as the two cosmonauts are re-entering the Poisk airlock after inspecting and wiping down their Orlan suits and jettisoning the towels that they used to wipe those suits down, ensuring that no trace contaminant from the coolant that has been leaking or leaked out from the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module and the coolant that was observed during their detailed inspection of the radiator leak site earlier today, that none of that contaminant will be brought back inside the space station.
Let it go. I've got it inside. You got it? Yes, it's inside. Let's secure it somewhere further from the EV hatch. What about the plates? The securing plates, we'll remember about them. This is just the tether that we left here. I got it inside. All right, let it go. Almost there. All right, we are going to have, that's going to be the manual drive. Handing it over to you. I got it inside. I got it inside. 4. And we have this launch unit. Okay, we've got it. And I have it secured to the handrail. Let me just remove my red from it. All right. You're going to reconnect it, right? I got it.
This view from Nikolai Chub's helmet camera showing Oleg Kononenko inside the Poisk airlock. Again, there was some additional residual coolant from the leak site on the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that was liberated earlier in the spacewalk following the manipulation of valves by Kononenko and Chub to isolate that radiator from Naoka's cooling system. The cosmonauts, following procedures, wiped down their Orlan suits and the tools that they've used during today's excursion, discarding the towels that they used to wipe down any trace contaminant that may have collected on their suits. They will do it again after they close the hatch and after repressurizing the airlock, putting any towels that they use at that time into a bag so that they're safely stowed and cannot introduce any particulate back in the station environment that would harm any station hardware.
All right, I'm handing you 119. All right, pull it in. All right, we've got it inside. Number 20. Okay, copy. Is it inside? Okay, I've got one hook.
The cosmonauts are at the Poisk airlock. Kononenko already inside, waiting for Chub to complete handing him any residual hardware, any additional tools that need to be stowed.
All of the
Poisk airlock, which also serves as a docking port, is on the space-facing side, of the Russian segment of the station. Most of the work conducted today was on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station.
And we are setting it to sublimator for the dry out. Nikolai, you can both turn off your sublimators. The hot-cold handle can be, you do not need to touch it, but you turn off the sublimator. Copy, I have it. So it's going to be a 10-minute dry out. All right, let's adjust it here. Red. Unintelligible. All right. Sublimator off. All right. The counters are going to start up. So it's going to be the 10 minutes, or you can get the message a little bit earlier. You will get the message that will say dry out nominal. Copy. Oleg, look at the view. Nikolai. Go ahead. Ingress. Copy. I have the 103 red or umbilical. Okay, Oleg, you can turn off your helmet cameras. Your plate is a little bit in the way. Yeah, it's kind of swinging here a little bit. All right. Did you get your feet in? Yes, I did. All right, we are inside. Nikolai, turn off your helmet cameras. Nikolai. One camera is off. The second one wasn't operational. Copy. Now you can start removing the protective ring. Okay. All right. And we can fold it and stow it. And let's stand by. All right, that's good. I have so that's good. Oleg, Nikolai, go ahead. There was a short LOS. Well, we didn't say anything. So you have removed the protective ring, have you? Yes. Copy. Now, so get the adjustable and the hook and use panel 1. Adjustable has been removed. And do not close the EV hatch for now. Copy. We have removed the adjustable. Copy. Monitor for any...
The protective ring that was put around the circumference of the hatch to the Poisk airlock has been removed. That ring was installed at the beginning of today's spacewalk to protect the seals on the hatch from any particulate matter during the course of the excursion outside by Kononenko and Chubb. The next task will be the closing of the hatch to mark the official end of today's spacewalk, but we'll be standing by for an official hatch closure time from the flight control team in Moscow.
Get to every place, but for now it looks pretty good. Okay, let's stand by then. Oleg, Nikolai, you can close the hatch. When you will get the message that the sublimator dry out is nominal. It's a little bit low. Leave it as is right now. Well, but it is in the way. And I got the sublimated dry out nominal. I got the message.
7 hours, 38 minutes into the spacewalk, just minutes left in today's excursion. Kononenko and Chub are inside the Poisk airlock, standing by for the green light from the Russian flight control team to close the hatch to the airlock that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
And I got the dry out nominal, sublimated dry out nominal message. Copy. You can proceed with the closure of the EV hatch. Did Oleg get the same message? He did.
Oleg, Nikolai. Jet exchanger, dry out nominal. Oleg, Nikolai, we had a com dropout. We're saying that drying is nominal for both. Okay, go ahead and close the EV hatch. Start closing the EV hatch. Copy. Inaudible.
Давайте я люк приму. Что взял?
Are you holding it? No, not yet.
Так.
Here, something is holding it. No, it is open. It is all open.
Я за что зацепил? Открывай, закрой.
Okay, go ahead and close.
Так. Ключ.
Inaudible. Is it closed? Yes. I'm near the EV hatch and my tether is red. Let me check. Nikolai, can you confirm that the hatch is closed? Yes. The hatch is closed and the hatch mechanism engaged. The rollers are behind the stoppers. Copy. And EVA elapsed time is 7 hours and 41 minutes. Copy, 7:41, and what we have is actually 7:49. Oleg, Nikolai, thank you very much for doing this work. You have completed all the tasks. Thank you, Sergey. Thanks for your support. Thank you very much. I'll hand you over to Dmitry. And we're going to take up tomorrow in the evening, so I will talk to you tomorrow. Yes, we moved it to tomorrow. But today is Friday, so tomorrow is Saturday. All the best to you and goodbye. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. The hatch to the Poisk airlock is now closed, marking the end of today's spacewalk at 8:30 p.m. Central Time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The elapsed time of today's spacewalk, 7 hours, 41 minutes. Again, the spacewalk ending at 8:30 p.m. Central Time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. A spacewalk that lasted 7 hours and 41 minutes. We'll be back momentarily with a full set of statistics from today's excursion by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub.
Pull it up. Nikolai, Oleg, this is Dmitry. I will be guiding the repress. How do you read me? We read you now. So have you positioned yourself now so that we could start the repress? Once you're ready, let me know. Yes, we are in the process now. Konstantin, this is Dmitry for repress. How do you read me? Read you loud and clear. I'm trying to retrieve the procedure. Okay, Konstantin, as far as I understand it, the backup airlock is set up and all the required hatches are closed. That's affirmative. The 3 hatches are closed and I'm ready. Copy. That's great. So we're going to start from passage from Q card 10, step 4. Did you say Q card 10? Yes. 10, step 4. I'm repressed to 260 millimeters from P-hour. Okay, I'm pulling up Q card 10 now. Close KSD, so KSD. 2 is closed. KVD P-hour SU is open. KVD P-hour SU enabled. Yes, enabled. I'm going to press on the P-hour SU. It should be open. Yes, it should be open. Repress zone. Copy, and the envelope pressure is increasing and the pressure is decreasing, and also you can report the seat pressure in increments. Pressure is 40. Copy.
Миллиметров.
80 millimeters. Copy. This is the current seat pressure. 26, 26. Copy. Let's continue with pressure equalization.
$150.
150.
Принято.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston with statistics from today's spacewalk. Nikolai Chub and Oleg Kononenko went outside at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time. This was the 268th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 11th spacewalk staged out of the International Space Station this year, and the first for Expedition 70. For Oleg Kononenko, this was his 6th spacewalk. He now has totaled 39 hours and 54 minutes of spacewalking time. The first spacewalk for Nikolai Chub, of course, 7 hours and 41 minutes. That was today's total. The 268 spacewalks in support of space station activities since they first began in 1998 have now totaled 1,707 hours and 7 minutes. 1,707 minutes and 1,707 hours and 7 minutes. That's the equivalent of 71 days, 0 hours, and 7 minutes of spacewalking time. So those are your statistics for today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. The repressurization of the Poisk airlock is now underway. After repressurization, Kononenko and Chub will wipe down their Orlan suits one more time with towels that will be placed in bags, and an air filtration system will be activated to further eliminate and cleanse the atmosphere of the International Space Station before they open the hatch to re-enter the station. That filtration system will remain active for about 24 hours to further cleanse the station atmosphere and prevent any particulates from the coolant that leaked out from the external radiator on the Naoka module, first on October 9th, and then some residual coolant that formed in the form of a bubble at the leak site and was liberated during the course of the spacewalk. That will ensure that none of that coolant or any trace contaminants could damage space station hardware.
To pressure on the pressure gauge at the beginning of pressure equalization. Can you report on that, Alex? 265. 265. Konstantin, what is the pressure reading in PHO according to the pressure gauge and the KKT tunnel pressure equalization valve, pressure monitoring valve? 300 for PHO. Copy, 300. Proceed with pressure stabilization. Oleg Nikolai, you're going to switch to Q card 11, step 5. Switching to ISS power. Copy. Nikolai, please check the tanks. Swap meter is off. Becca 1 tank. Is it 90 with 380? Becca 2 tank. 200. Actually, it's over 150. Copy. That's sufficient. Please put it to open.
This is Mission Control Houston. As the repressurization of the Poisk airlock continues, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub safely back inside following a 7-hour, 41-minute spacewalk that ended about 11 minutes ago with the closing of the hatch to the Poisk airlock. Again, the cosmonauts spent the day outside of the International Space Station in the neighborhood of the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module. They manipulated a series of valves to isolate the external radiator on Naoka from the rest of Naoka's cooling system, isolating the radiator that developed a leak of coolant back on October 9th. They conducted a detailed inspection of the radiator's leak site, during which they saw a bubble of coolant as a result probably from the valve work that introduced some pressure into the system. The bubble of coolant did liberate some flakes of coolant in the direction of the cosmonauts, but they wiped down their suits and departed the vicinity of the leak site to continue the work that involved the installation of a radar system, the deployment of 4 antenna panels on that radar system resulted in 3 of the panels fully deploying, 1 of the panels only partially deploying, but it is in a safe configuration that will not impact upcoming station operations, particularly dynamic operations, that will be addressed on a future spacewalk. They concluded the spacewalk with the installation of, with the deployment, I should say, of a nanosatellite called Parus to try to test solar sail technology, but the sail did not deploy at about 5 minutes after it was spring ejected from a deployment mechanism. And at last word, we had not received any confirmation from the Russian flight control team that that sail actually did deploy. So the bottom line is the external radiator from the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module was isolated from the rest of the cooling system on Naoka. The cooling of that module is continuing through its primary cooling system in good fashion through body radiators around the circumference of the module itself. The next course of action for the leak on that external radiator will be addressed after the Russian specialists have an opportunity to inspect the photo documentation that Kononenko acquired while he was up close to the leak site itself about midway through today's spacewalk. So that'll wrap up our coverage for tonight. Again, a 7-hour, 41-minute spacewalk having been completed by Kononenko and Chub. They are back inside, setting the stage for the next major activity aboard the International Space Station, which will be a U.S. spacewalk, number 89, that is planned for Monday, October 30th, by Jasmine Mogbelli and Laurel O'Hara, the 2 NASA astronauts, part of the Expedition 70 crew, in which they'll retrieve a communications hardware called a radio frequency group from the starboard truss of the International Space Station and replace a device called a trundle bearing assembly that is part of the mechanism that allows the solar arrays to rotate properly to track the sun and acquire electrical power from the sun through the solar arrays on the International Space Station. That will be on the port truss of the International Space Station. That spacewalk, expected to last about 6.5 hours, is scheduled to begin on Monday, October 30th at about 8:05 a.m. Eastern Time. The coverage on NASA television will begin at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time on this coming Monday, October 30th. So again, that'll wrap up our coverage today of the Russian spacewalk by Kononenko and Chub, a 7-hour, 41-minute marathon that was completed a short time ago with the 2 cosmonauts safely back inside the Poisk airlock. Thanks a lot for joining us throughout the course of the day today. That'll wrap it up for this evening. Have a good weekend from Mission Control in Houston.